Good evening, Camby. Welcome to the July 20th, 2022, I guess we'll say City Council meeting will be coming up. We're going to start the evening with a work session, which I will call to order. We're going to have a discussion this evening on a permanent parklet regulation program. And I believe Brianna is going to take us from our planning department team, will be taking us through that tonight. Brianna, the show is yours.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening, everybody, Mayor and Council. Maya, wonderful, perfect, thank you. So yes, thank you for coming to this work session. We are just continuing our conversation regarding some of the programs that we currently have and also your directive to also create a more permanent program. Okay. You want to start it up? Thank you. Perfect. Okay. So a bit of background. Existing program was the open air Canby, which allows outdoor seating in private lots. This program started in October 2020, and you recently renewed it to end May 1st, 2023. We have one business currently taking advantage of that program. We also have the newly created temporary Parklet program, which allows outdoor seating in adjacent public parking spaces. Again, at your direction, this was created last month. It's applicable to retail and restaurant uses in the downtown commercial zone only. Again, last month with a sunset date of May 1st, 2023. And that is newly created, and the application was provided as an attachment, so we can definitely talk about that form. But really, we're here in terms of the work session time to discuss the more permanent Parklet program. And I had some guiding questions in the staff report, and I have some here as well. So I'm just hoping for a really robust discussion to kind of give us direction for what you want this program to look like. Okay, so I'm going to go through the three remaining slides rather quickly, but then we can kind of jump back to each point, I think would be the best. So first, yes?
Maya, is there a way we can make that more of the slideshow, just to kind of blow it up on that screen?
Oh, the
On
presentation
the
mode.
slideshow, on the very top there.
Just give it a second.
We could probably roll that a little closer to us too. I'm gonna, here we go. I pulled it up here, if that helps you, Brian.
It's better. It's better.
A little better?
Wow.
Okay. So first discussion point is going to be the process of the permanent program. So we're curious to hear about the type and the level of land use review you're interested in this program being under. Just very quickly, this is not a comprehensive sort of program, but type 1, 2s, and 3s are how we classify most of our land use applications. Type 1 is administrative. There's no noticing required. It's processed by staff. Type 2 is also administrative, but there is a notice and public comment period built into that process. Type 3 is kind of the whole soup to nuts. It requires a pre-application conference before applying, a neighborhood meeting, notice and public comment period, and then at the end, the planning commission would actually make the decision. Type 3s are typically more discretionary. And then the second point of discussion for process would be the expiration and reapplication process and eligibility, sort of what we want those timelines to look like. Thank you. Next would be the scope of the program. These points would include the zoning districts we want the program to be in, as well as the specific land uses we want the program to be applicable towards, or if we want to limit the land uses at all. I think, retail and restaurant are what first comes to mind, but again, open for discussion. Secondly, on scope, we want to discuss the distribution of available spaces. So this concept of first applied, first served is much more clear when it comes to private property, right? There's a clear owner, there's a clear process, but if it's public parking spaces that we're looking at, the question of equity comes up in the kind of first applied, first served. If one person has a permit for the block, does that make it the only tenant who can have a permit? So, that kind of equity thinking. Should there be a maximum number of spaces per applicant? Should it be based on square footage of the tenant space? Should it be based on how much parking is available on the block? And then percentage per block or per lot. So instead of a number of spaces, we could make it a percentage so that it's scalable to several different types of development. And then two other points we want to discuss tonight are the street classification and speed limits for eligible businesses. Street classification, we really don't see a lot of sort of external happenings along any streets that are, say, an arterial. One, because it's not necessarily safe, but two, it doesn't feel safe. And that's not necessarily to say in all situations would it be like that, but that's just it's more of a local street classification that this program has been designated before. And then speed limit, we had it in our minds that a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit for any adjacent streets, again, addressing that safety and also that perception of safety. But again, all open to discussion. Next. Thank you. Okay, and last but not least is fees. Currently, our sidewalk cafe permit is $25, and the temporary parklet application that we just created, the fee for that is $50. That is in addition to a $100 business license that needs to be renewed yearly. But we really want to discuss the intent of this application and this application fee for the permanent program, whether we want to focus on making the permit accessible for businesses, or if we want to focus more on cost recovery for the program, considering this is a new kind of process and application that we're building here. So, you'll have staff time reviewing it, but you'll also have staff time on the back end in terms of inspection, coordination with other agencies, including Canby Fire, Canby Utility, and then last but not least, enforcement as well. Just in case anything goes wrong, we also want to have those resources on the back end as well. Yes? I believe they're annual.
The sidewalk was definitely.
Yeah. And so that is all I have in terms of a presentation, but if we can jump back to the process slide 3. I am hoping to get your feedback. So we can start with process. I can also answer any general questions you may have. We can also discuss the attachment A, the newly created application, if you had any questions about that.
Let's have a couple of clarification questions. What type is the sidewalk cafe application?
Sidewalk cafe would be a type 1, it's completely administrative.
Councilor Parker?
Well, I don't have anything too profound to say about this, other than I've never heard of any complaints we've had so far about the distinctions we make between the different application levels, administrative versus planning commission. And I am thrilled for us to be able to send to the planning commission only those things that absolutely really need to go.
Absolutely.
And really, I'll leave it up to staff's recommendation on where to draw the line between those two. on when you need to have a public hearing and not. I think this council traditionally in the past has been towards more transparency, but you guys are the ones to make the recommendation on this.
Great.
Finally, I think it probably would be good to go through this piece by piece to get each of our feedback. Generally, just as a matter of staff presentations, I like this very much. But also, I'm very keen on your recommendations or best practices. I've never done anything like this before, and so I'll take some advice. And I think we all know that as soon as we vote on this or give approval to it, we're going to find some unintended consequences out there that are going to need to be adjusted. So I think we've all kind of gotten used to that reality that we don't carve the 10 Commandments and it stays that way forever.
Yes. Good point. Absolutely.
Brianna, I'm inclined to say type 2, just because then it to Councilor Parker's point about the transparency piece, at least it gets noticed and there becomes a public comment angle to it.
Yeah.
And what kind of started this conversation was examples of like Oregon City had one and then Bend. Do we know was that more of a just administrative sign off, or was that in this case, a type 2 or a type 3 conversation?
I have the Oregon City ordinance here.
Was it theirs just temporary though? They don't have it
It is a
anymore?
temporary,
Yeah.
yes, it is a temporary program.
Pretty robust.
I'm just looking for the process here. Property owner. Okay, so we kind of followed their example in terms of the temporary program where the applicant had to get written approval from only immediately adjacent neighbors. So that is kind of a smaller scope than a typical type 2. A type 2, you're sending notice to at least 100 feet circumference around the property. But I mean, the sort of intent of letting your neighbors know what's going on is similar. So,
This was a little steeper than a type 1, but not quite. It was like a 1.5.
correct, yeah. And that's the tact we took with the temporary program that we have now. We think that's okay. But if it's going to be completely permanent, is a wider notice period appropriate or necessary?
It would seem, because it's permanent, and we're looking at a permanent. So we're looking at a permanent structure potentially, or permanent layout in taking over parking spots.
Potentially, yeah. I think that would be the intent of the permanent program.
Councilor Spoon?
So if it was a type 2, would they need to notice some public comment every year upon renewal of their permit, or is this one time for the land use? I would be totally comfortable with type 2. I hesitate to say that they have to notice and go through public comment every year upon renewal of their permit, because I feel like the land use should be determined once.
Yeah.
And then renewal of the permit, people can object to the permit upon renewal, but I hesitate to make them go through a type 2 annually. I would think for me, first application type 2, and then after that, it could revert to like a type 1, just a renewal of the application.
Yeah, we can.
And take into account any complaints, much like a noise variance, as if there are complaints, we can take that into account administratively.
Yes, we can definitely do that.
Yes, Councilor Banks.
The notice part of type 2, there's a difference between notifying somebody and seeking their approval.
Yes.
And there should be some sort of remedy for like the next door neighbor who hates you, or like they don't drink alcohol. So no, I'm gonna say no on all applications that I have. So do we want it to be that you have to have permission to your adjacent neighbors, or just to notify them so that they can attend the public comment period?
That's a good question, because the temporary program does require approval, not just notice.
Right.
Yeah, I think if by a type 2, it just, we don't have, it's more of letting them know and then come to the comment period, right?
Correct.
That's your,
Yeah, so
comment
it'd
about
still be the
type two.
administration that would grant it in a type 2
Correct.
and not necessarily the neighbors.
correct. Right, it would come before us, would it not?
Nope.
No.
Type
No.
2
No,
is
the-
Oh, just
decided
go
by
to
the
staff.
director.
Staff.
Right, but then if, whether or not the neighbor hates you or not, if the neighbor brings up a valid point, it could still be denied by administrative.
It could. It would have to be a pretty hefty argument. Type 2s, we want to limit discretion as much as possible so that, it's, the director is able to make the decision without, interpretation, because a planning interpretation is a whole different process. So they would have to sort of prove that the applicant is not meeting one of the regulations that we set. They can't just say, I'm generally concerned about the program.
Okay. Counselor Spoon?
Yeah, I agree with Counselor Banks. I think you may recall I had some heartburn over that concept last time, that we would be letting one person decide for another what they, how their business can use the space, or if a business can use the space. I think public comment is appropriate, and I think the position that they would have to have a pretty valid reason to preclude someone from using the program is fair. I think that we can hammer down on some of this and what that means when we get to the how much parking per street is usable. I think that's where the majority of the issues would come to play. So I think that doing a good job administratively in the beginning of determining how much of the parking can be used for this is really a bigger factor than if everyone agrees, because I would suspect that would be the primary argument, that there's not, there's only 3 parking spots on our block and you took all 3. I can see that. So let's have a discussion about what that looks like. But I'm not a huge fan of a neighbor being able to veto what someone else does, just without valid reason. If you're saying administratively we'd take valid reasons into account, I'm comfortable with that.
Okay.
But are you comfortable with it being a type 2 where there's notice has to be given that this is gonna occur?
In year 1. I don't know that we need to do it annually, but.
Yes, Counselor Marine.
The concern that I have on this whole thing is, if this is portrayed as a permanent program and these businesses go out and build substantial structures that are there to stay, and we're going through an annual renewal process, we could run into some real headwinds with people being angry that they're going to have to tear down their structure. So I think we need to at least consider how much of that permanent type structure we're going to allow. I don't think that it should be, building an addition to their store.
I kind of recall from what we talked about at the last meeting, I don't know if it was last meeting or not, in June, because we skipped one, is that they have to be willing to take it down at any point in time. Like if we're going to have the parade. So I would imagine that they wouldn't build something so permanent they couldn't remove it upon our request. Because we had that discussion, is like, what happens if there's the 4th of July parade and it's right in that section or whatever, that the language we used in the temporary program for now is that they have to be willing to remove it upon city request. So I wouldn't think they'd go to great lengths to make it super permanent.
That is correct.
I mean, I guess I guess when we get down to the scope of the program, I suppose that's where that conversation would occur. I mean, if we're looking at so far, just, okay, initially it's a type 2, reverts to a type 1, and there's really, they're just gonna renew it. So there isn't really that public comment piece of it, then like, nope, sorry, you need to take it down. The likelihood that we're probably gonna come along as a city and say, it'd have to be a pretty major event to remove it. Even the parade, to me, it still is I
Same.
mean, that's like prime time seating if you're
Same.
along the parade route, right? So, I don't, but I mean, there could be that instance where that might be happening, but I don't see that being that monumental of a thing to have to do.
I would think that at that point, we leave it up to their discretion, right? If they know there's a possibility the city could ask them to remove it, and they make an extremely permanent building, that's their decision, you know what I mean? As long as we've given them fair warning that at any point in time, the city may ask you to remove it for a particular reason, and they choose to make it permanent, then that's a decision they are making.
You know, but also to Art's point too, that I think it's not necessarily an add-on to their building. It's an extension of the sidewalk seating piece.
Yeah.
Right, so it's not, like how much wood and concrete goes into their parklet seating area. Yes, Councilor Parker.
I'm sorry, I had a moment there where you were talking about somebody else owning the land under which you're trying to do an operation there, so I had a little flashback there. What I'm leaning towards for an annual review, whether that would include notice or not, or an actual administrative review, is the possibility of the new puppy syndrome. That you're a business owner, you put up one of these and you're pretty darn excited to have it. But as time goes on, are you going to be painting it every year? And would we not have a better access to the question of maintenance if it was an annual process? I don't have an answer to it, but I'm just thinking that Tracy likes to cryptically talk about a business that after a while their outdoor presentation didn't really represent what we were hoping to have. So maybe staff can give us some help on that, but you see which direction I'm going in.
Yes.
Is to something other than us sitting here and waiting for someone to complain and saying, gee, that looks shoddy. Yes. And us saying, okay, well, who's going to go out and talk to them? I'm really thinking about this in advance, and maybe the annual renewal process would be appropriate.
And maybe it would be accompanied by an inspection?
Could be. Yes, sir.
One thing that we need to keep in mind is that the permanent parklet program, is that what we're calling it, the PPP? Is in itself probably going to have some flexibility, because as with everything, we learn what we did wrong by doing it wrong. But one thing I think it might be helpful is if we considered reasonable objections to this, as well as accepted uses. For example, I can't imagine doing this for anything other than food and beverage businesses. Are there other businesses that we would have a vested interest as a community in allowing them to take up parking spaces?
Interesting.
So along that list, along that line, I made a list of reasonable businesses that might have cause to object. And I'm only throwing this out for us to think about it. In the first place, if parking was restricted, like if parking really was in high demand in town, that would be a reasonable concern. But there are other businesses, for example, businesses that where customers need to do short stops to carry in heavy things, like a UPS store or a daycare or a preschool where you have pickup and drop off of children. And then there may be some noise considerations, like a meditation center or a drug and alcohol rehabilitation business. I mean, like, there might be some other businesses that would have reason to object. I think that we would have to have some kind of grandfather clause. So if you locate your drug and alcohol rehabilitation business next to a bar, that's your fault. But if the bar comes in next to you, then I think that would be a reasonable reason to oppose taking up the parking spots. And so I just threw this out there to think about it. If we, are there other businesses that would be like a value to the community for us taking away parking spaces other than food and beverage type businesses? Like, do we imagine people would do this to sell their wares?
Not generally.
It could be argued that that we don't have the ability on this table here to decide what is a benefit to the community to take away parking. I've heard so many people coming at me about this already, that the parking isn't worth it for anybody. But I actually did have somebody say, can we cut our customers' hair in a parklet? So maybe food and beverage won't be the only industry that will apply.
A salon parklet.
Mm-hmm. I actually had somebody approach me with that idea.
I could see enjoying a beverage or food in a parking lot, but I'm not sure about the salon thing, just as a customer.
To each their own.
each their own.
I suppose, like, I imagine Paris, where they don't really, the images, you don't see people getting their hair cut in the park. But,
So your concern is that businesses that are impacted by the parklet or other businesses that would choose to do a parklet?
both. That was, and I know that that's not,
Kind of a two-part question.
right, and it's not one of these types, but I think if we had a handle on what kind of businesses are able to do this and what kind of objections might be reasonable, it might be easier for us to answer these questions.
We can jump to the scope.
Councilor Parker.
Yeah, Joe, I wanted to ask a quick legal question here on the city's ability to regulate business. Within our zoning authority, we could limit it to food and beverage?
Yeah, you could make this available. I mean, part of it is what kind of nexus, do you have in, like, what's the need and what's the kind of, because it's using the public land, right? And so you're trying to figure out what you think is the best benefit for the community while you're kind of looking at this. Because I mean,
It's not like we'd
I
have
always
to write
worry
the
that somebody
ordinance so
would-
anybody could
well,
apply.
and if anybody could do it, could they just say, hey, that's my parklet, it's my own private parking place? You know what I mean? So I mean, you do control the way in which it's used so that it's a legitimate use as well.
We have
That makes sense.
revocable
Yeah.
authority on this. Well, my suggestion would be to consider language that limits it to food and beverage with a line saying that the process to ask for a variance on it, if it's something in the public good that we can't anticipate. I've tried to build in a little flexibility in this before
Gotcha.
we finish it up.
So a variance typically introduces the concept of discretion. Do you think it's appropriate to then go to planning commission? No. Okay. So we just need to think of a way to kind of codify that level of discretion without kind of going outside the bounds.
I want this to be an administrative process. If we get to policy, then yes, I think the planning commission needs to be involved.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm trying to shield our planning commission from having any more work to do.
Understood.
Although,
So-
it wouldn't be bad to have the planning commission look at this ordinance that we're developing before, like,
absolutely.
not as an application thing, but as a development of the ordinance.
Yes.
And also, I wouldn't mind having other perspectives from our business community or maybe the other ordinances. Is it food and beverage everywhere? Like, maybe there are legitimate uses for that, like the haircutting thing. I mean, I just can't imagine them, but
I'll say this about the planning commission, just so you know too. If you do make it a type 2, there is an appeal that could go to the planning commission. So,
Correct.
that should be a consideration too. If you wanted to make it purely administrative and the buck stops at the planning director stage, then type 1 would be what we would want. Because type 2 does allow, or you could make a notice requirement but call it a type 1 so that it doesn't have to have that appeal process.
Can you repeat that one?
You could have a notice requirement, but still make it a type 1. So that, because I mean, if you're truly trying to keep the planning commission out of it, you can appeal a type 2 to them.
Well, that's my position. Out of other people feel that you want to keep this out of the reach of the work of the planning commission.
Council President Hensley?
Thank you. First, I have a couple of questions, then I have a comment on that. First, on the Sidewalk Cafe program, do we limit it to only food and beverage? Because it seems to me that we have Red Door and Retro Revival that sell their wares outside. So is it limited to only food and beverage under the Sidewalk Cafe?
We did retail and restaurant
So it would
in our
seem-
current language.
It would seem equitable then to make both programs the same. To the type 2 point, there's a fee that comes with appealing, correct? I don't have a problem with them appealing it if it's that big of a deal to them, so I would like to stick with the type 2 idea.
Follow up on Councilor Parker's piece. about limiting it just to food and beverage. And then, so if we allow that gray and it becomes then, say it's a non-food or beverage business, does that come to the council to grant that, or?
I wouldn't want that.
I wouldn't either, I'm just trying to think of just we're creating gray.
Let me go ahead and concede to Tracy's point of treat an appeal like a type 2, that it would require notice and go to the planning commission, I guess.
If there was an appeal.
Yeah.
Counselor Spoon?
I think I agree with Counselor Hensley on making it similar to Sidewalk Cafe. If someone really wants to build a space to sell additional retail wares and they want to man that and staff that and bring the goods in every night, I don't see a reason to prevent them from doing that. I think it's probably unlikely that people will use it for that, but I would like the program to be similar and equitable to the Sidewalk Cafe program. And I'm comfortable with a type 2 if they want to appeal to planning commission. I would assume for someone to go through the trouble to do that, they would have to have something that was a very meaningful appeal reason for them. And I think that perhaps that should be heard if they're, if it's of that significant to them. So I'm comfortable with both those.
Okay, so let's jump right into the other aspects of the scope of the program. No, we're staying here. Thank you. So we discussed land uses already. How about we jump back to the zoning districts? The temporary program only applies to the downtown commercial zone. Do we want to apply that to the permanent program as well? Or are there other commercial zones that we would like to see this program in? Mm-hmm.
Have we had people from other commercial zones express interest?
Well, yes,
Is FOB considered downtown commercial zone?
no.
Their
So-
Sidewalk Cafe anyway is what
But they're
proposing.
looking at,
They're looking at to expand Sidewalk
Yeah.
Cafe.
Yeah, but that's
Okay.
still,
okay, in that
Yeah, but
particular
it's different
instance,
than
but any other business that wanted to do that, or say in the Safeway parking lot or the industrial park, I
Yeah.
wouldn't be able
Those
to
are
use
all,
it.
those are all
correct?
private, those are private.
But our
lots
permanent
of-
program, we will want to ask, do we want to have both private covered and public as well?
I'm always err towards equity, so if there are other businesses that are interested, I don't feel like it's our place to say only businesses in this area can benefit from a program. If it makes sense to include, if there's no reason to not include the other areas, I'm open to it. I think there might be, I'm trying to think ahead of it a little bit. There might be some differences in how we manage other spaces than the downtown core because they're gonna have different challenges. But yeah.
Yes, Chris.
I think one of the biggest factors is safety, and if we have a 25-mile-an-hour restriction, that's going to eliminate a number of businesses already. But there's also a potential future expansion of our downtown core across the highway, where like maybe that wouldn't be a bad thing. But and those streets are 25 as well, are they not? You know, like a Grant Street. And that's really the only commercial properties. And like the funeral home could do something out on the parking lot.
Have your wake outside.
Yeah, I'm just trying, I'm thinking about businesses
know
there.
that that would be a
Do we
business that would
own the
take care of-
FOB parking lot?
no,
No, it's private.
it's private property.
But yeah, they were
Then-
still under the program, that's why it was kind of the open air program.
Yeah, I was unclear on what our role was in that the last time we had that meeting with the FOB. But I wasn't here for the angry FOB meeting.
I don't know if they were angry, they were just
I think he
inquisitive.
was making a joke by an angry mom.
FOB.
I know, but
No, I just
I
wasn't
think he
here.
was making a joke.
Well, I think the FOB is trying to go through a process where they'll just go through the land use process because they are determining that in the time since that originally went in, our parking standards have changed to where they're going to be able to meet the parking standard by what they're trying to accomplish. So it may not need a special permit like this. It could be a permanent one for them. So, but that being said, sometimes when you're envisioning businesses that are now here 10 years from now, there might be different businesses too. So you're really trying to look at the policy and what should we do and who should we restrict this for? And, you know, what kind of universe do you want to create?
Well, I guess that's maybe the clarification when we talk about zoning districts, like I think, is it Guacamole Bowl over there by Safeway? If they wanted to do an outdoor, a parklet, would that come through staff to do that versus through their landlord on that private property?
It would be both. They'd need landlord approval to even apply. But under this permanent program, we were envisioning private lots also being eligible as long as they can prove that the parking they're taking up is considered excess. Yeah.
Okay, that's the key caveat is the excess parking. Thank you.
Right, 'cause they have to meet a.
Right.
I hadn't gotten there, yeah. Brian?
Yes, sir.
The equity thing is compelling to open it up at all. Also, just because we can't think of a clever place to put this outside of our commercial area, let's open this up to the creativity of our citizens, seeing if they can. Who knows, something fun might happen out in one of the neighborhoods or in the industrial park. So if we need to fix it later, which we will on something, but for now, that would be my pitch is open it up to all.
It's just an interesting tidbit, like if Columbia Distribution wanted to have an outside, seating area, they have to go through this process versus just doing something nice for their employees to have an outside seating area.
If they're trying to take up parking.
Because they're taking away from their
Approved parking.
approved.
But only if they wanted to use parking stalls. If they wanted to use their grassy area and
Sure.
gravel it in, it wouldn't be a big deal.
That makes sense. Yes, sir.
So along those lines, I think we have to take an angle of this is this a good thing? Like if we envision people dining out on the streets as a positive thing, if we don't, we should back off and not do this. And I think we do think that would be cool. But therefore, I think we should be less restrictive, make it easier, and maybe fix it later when it breaks. I think there's a lot of examples that we probably won't be able to come up with tonight because of our limited experience and time and so forth.
I'm hearing more
Yeah, sorry, Councilor Spoon.
The part I'm more interested about restricting, if there's any, is the percentage of parking and or how many per block. I think we have a situation where, for example, at the Dahlia building, we have a few food vendors and some streets we have no food vendors. So I kind of hesitate to say it should be percentage per block as much as like how many downtown overall are we going to allow. I don't want to penalize someone because they're adjacent to another food and beverage provider, but I also want to be sensitive to the fact that there is a contingent of our community that is concerned about parking. I stand by my statement that I don't think we have a parking problem. I think we have a parking expectation problem. And I think that there's room to use some of the parking for parklets, but I want to be sensitive to the concern. I would prefer not to say per block, because I think that it could be very nice to have a couple in one block, because the next block we're not gonna have any because there's no food vendors there, right? Or no restaurants there. I'm not sure what that looks like, but I'm just throwing that out there that my preference would be to be more overall downtown parking percentage as opposed to percentage per block. I'm not sure how I feel about scaling the amount of space they have to the size of the business. I would rather limit it in total per business. Each business could have, say, what is Oregon City's, like 3 spots? Something like that seems reasonable to me, as opposed to scaling it, because some of our larger food restaurants in that case could have an entire block to themselves, but then another food vendor can only have 2 or 3. That doesn't seem super equitable either. I would rather give, because it is all public land, give the same amount to each business and not give preference to a larger business than a smaller one. I don't know if 3 is the right number. I don't know what that looks like. I'm just putting my thoughts out there in the way I would prefer to see it, the scope of it.
Yeah, that is an interesting piece because seems like two's not enough, but four's too many. Or is four, you know.
I'm okay.
It's
I
arbitrary.
think it might depend on if it's parallel or it's lot. I mean, like, those angled parking spots, one would obviously be super impractical simply because of the angles. If it was parallel parking, 3 would be an awfully long stretch.
Yes.
It's narrow, you can only put one. per-
Yeah, so I would go 2 or 3, is what I'm leaning towards.
Parallel or 3.
And there are, there are safety considerations with that. We would kind of anticipate there being a buffer of maybe a foot or two, inside of the parking space, so kind of keeping those dimensions in mind as well. Just as a little bit of a buffer.
You really, yeah,
Car.
you have to be able to open your car door next to one, yeah.
So if it was on First, where they have parallel parking, 3 spots would cover the front of multiple businesses.
Yeah, I would say 1 or 2 if it's parallel.
Yeah, I would think maybe 2. Or maybe it needs to be in front of your business. I don't, I'm just throwing that out there. I don't have an answer.
Yeah, most places wouldn't put it elsewhere because OLCC rules require you to have line of sight anyway. So, and I think most of the businesses that would utilize this serve alcohol or sell it. Even Bees does now, I think. So, so I think most of them would do it in front of their business, though. That's not a bad call out. I would think I'm comfortable with 2 parallel, 3. What do you call the other type?
Angle.
Yeah.
Parallel.
I'm fine with that.
Yep.
I will say, just as a point of reference, I have the Bend example here too. And they have this caveat that says, commercial parklet licenses will be issued to take up no more than 5% of the on-street parking in the downtown district. So they did look at it district-wide. And then it's a first come, first served basis. So say several people do 2 or 3, and then you get down to where you're very close to that 5%. Maybe the last applicant, even if they want 2 or 3, only gets 1.
Can I ask a question about that? So our downtown core goes out, our downtown commercial district actually goes out past Waite Park, right? It goes to like 4th?
I believe so.
It's half, I think it's, is it half of?
This half, this
Yeah,
side of
yeah.
4th?
The Wake Park half of 4.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then down to Elm.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
then down to Elm. 5% is a pretty significant amount of parking if you think about that, because we have all the public parking by the railroad tracks.
And down here.
And then you have all of that. So I would be, before we come up with a final number, whatever, I guess I'm comfortable with staffing or that, I would be interested in how many total parking spots 5% is.
Yeah.
That might be high for the makeup of our downtown and how it's structured. It may not be, I don't know. I don't know how many total parking spots we have, but that would be, instead of, I think, us just throwing a number out without having that math, I would be really curious what that math looks like.
Joe,
Yeah,
can you
I
go
would-
count them?
Yeah. I mean, if 5% is, you know,
Yeah,
how
I'd be
many,
interested in what 5% of the downtown parking is, but also how many slots are in First and Second from Ivy to Elm, where the majority of those food vendors are.
Yeah.
What is the potential loss of spots? That's gonna impact that, so I would like both numbers.
I would add 3rd in there because of Oregon City Brewing that's coming in.
That's
They'll
true,
have-
it's not here
and
yet, but
they
yeah.
put food vendors on that side, so I would be more interested in doing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, including that public parking along the railroad. I hesitate to add this to that public parking calculation.
I would too.
I think it
because-
skews it,
It
but I
does.
don't know the math on it.
Especially since we do a good effort of trying to get employees to park there and stuff, so.
You got all that?
Yes, I did.
I don't know, maybe I would be interested in other input, but this is my thought.
I'm, there are parts of this that we don't know the right answer, that there are good points on both of this. So that's what happens when you have good staff. They can come back with even better than what we came up with.
And having good council direction too. I appreciate that. I'm gonna go count the spaces on the next, 75 and sunny day we have. Sounds nice.
Yeah, don't do it when it's 100 in the next few days, please.
All right, what's next?
Okay, and next in scope, so the first applied, first served concept, we're okay with,
I don't know how else to do it.
Yep.
okay.
At this point, I think we would need to have more, food and beverage businesses in town to make that really applicable. The first applied, first served, because if all of them did it, we'd still have a lot of parking, assuming that we're not giving them up 5 or so spaces. All of the ones that are currently here. But one goal in doing this is to lure more such businesses. If we have a dream of bringing people into downtown Canby as a destination, this is part of that fulfillment. And so, you know, I hate to say, yeah, you can come in, but you can't have the same stuff that everyone else has.
Councilor Brown.
Question related to that and first come, first serve. So the application stays with a business. So if a business leaves that space and a new business comes in, they do not have that's a whole other application, right? Okay. For equity's sake, I think that's important that the space doesn't stay
They go to
with
the bottom of the list.
Yeah, exactly. The space doesn't stay with.
Well, that brings up the other
Yeah,
piece
exactly.
of, you know, we ran into this when we were talking about the pool. You know, if in most lease agreements, you gotta return the location back to the way you found it. So
Absolutely.
if they leave,
They
that
gotta
means
take
they
the
gotta
parklet
remove
with
the
them.
parklet as well.
Absolutely.
And that caveat, I think, absolutely needs to be put in there.
Yeah, and I
If we're
think
gonna do this, that's what, I mean, cause it's just,
yeah. I'm comfortable with the business going back to the bottom of the list if they move, because I make the assumption that if they're moving, they're taking into account that is part of that I don't know how else to handle that. I don't know.
I think that if we go with the bend 5% thing, we can dodge that whole issue. And, you know, it just gets back to how many parking spaces qualify. How quickly could we get that information? It would be a bit of a nightmare going through, ideally on your bicycle, counting them all.
I think we have that data somewhere already,
yeah,
don't we?
I think
Yeah.
Jerry's already got it.
Not
Not off the top of your head, but it's somewhere.
A pretty good guess from like 2018. So things have changed a bit, but
Not much.
And so I think we've had maps before, so.
Yeah.
I mean, we can get that info rather quickly, whether it's probably gonna be a hybrid of the 2018 and then a fact check. Yeah, but we can get that rather quickly.
Would that then be for, the 5% would be for the downtown core, and then if the program is open other places, then the 5% doesn't pan out?
You mean like if, so
'Cause
let's
it's-
use the Safeway parking lot
Yeah.
as an example. So saying only 5% of the Safeway parking could also be, if we're using 5% of the available parking.
I think that falls to a different category because they've got a parking requirement that they've gotta meet when they built
Yeah,
the complex
Yeah.
based
They
on,
just can't exceed,
yeah.
so if they've got,
this excess parking is all they can use. If once the
Yeah.
excess
So it
is
doesn't-
up, they're done.
Well, and that's like Cusforth, they have so much more parking, they could do stuff over there.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's their capacity is whatever's excess parking.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't have any excess parking, then they can't use the program.
Oh, but I'm saying.
I would
if-
think the
if
5% only applies to public parking.
Public parking, but does it apply to citywide? I mean, because there's regions that are outside of the downtown core that are public parking.
I would,
Would you want to include our streets in part of what in terms of what the
No.
25%?
I would think 5% in the downtown core, and then I would look to the staff recommendation. If we're talking about a business that's 3 blocks that way, is it, what does that look like? I don't know. We don't have clearly defined zones over there, so it's a little bit harder to make a determination.
Okay. But, or just limit it to,
3 spots per business.
yeah, or
would probably
two
suffice.
parallel or 3 otherwise per business.
I don't think we have enough businesses on that side of town that it would be problematic, and it's always something we could revisit if it grows, if there's an expansion and an issue.
It'd be a fine problem to deal with.
Yeah. Well, and eventually, I guess you could always come back and say, well, it got so crazy, we need to cap it at 10% of the parking in that area or whatever it is. Okay.
Good problem to have.
Great. And then lastly,
But if we limit it to 2 or 3 spots, not to exceed 5% and 25 miles an hour, I think that's plenty restrictive already.
that is what I was going to point out with these last 2. They are kind of self-regulating if we have all of these other regulations in place. So I think we're good with the 25 mile per hour. And the street classification is interesting because you will have certain retail establishments along higher classifications of road. So if we're considering uses outside of food and drink, we might see those higher street classifications start coming into play. But if we stick with the 25 mile per hour, no matter what the street classification, that might be a better way to deal with it operationally instead of kind of trying to classify. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Any last thoughts on scope? I know that was the big body of this, yes.
I have one. In some of these areas that you're talking about, there are not necessarily clearly defined parking spots. It's just street parking. So maybe we need a square footage for those areas. Like when it's just street parking, but there's not clearly defined spots, we can't say 3 parking spots, right? We probably need a square footage number there.
What do you mean?
So in some streets on that side of town, they don't have parking marked like we do downtown. So if we say you can have 3 spots, that's meaningless. We really need a square footage, a contiguous square footage, not to exceed this dimension or this dimension, you know.
That's
So-
true if they're in Elms.
Yeah, exactly. No, as an example. So we probably need some staff recommendation or thought put into that. That's equitable and in parity to what the businesses downtown, to what 3 parking spots would make up, right?
Right.
They would be
How
parallel
big is
spots.
that? Yeah.
Yeah, they would be parallel spots. So whatever that dimension is, and limit the amount from the curb they can go out, like limit the dimensions that way with the total square footage. Right? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Good catch.
Yep, yeah, we have standard dimensions that we can use for that. Dimensions and buffers. Perfect. Okay, scope. Wonderful. Okay, then let's jump to fees. It's the last slide, please.
I have a question. I don't know if it's scope or fee.
So, I mean, we don't need to nail down a specific dollar amount here, but I just wanted to get some feedback in terms of what the intent of this fee would be for the permanent program from all of you, so.
Council President Hensley and then Councilor Banks.
Thank you. Well, I have 2. One, on the temporary parklet at $50, I think is extraordinarily low considering how much parking would cost to, say, go park your car somewhere. It's gonna cost you more than that per month, let alone a year. So I think we need to revisit the fee on that. And to my original question, I'm not sure if it actually would be under scope or fees, but I would absolutely not want to see the costs incurred for building a parklet become part of the facade improvement program.
Okay.
Councilor Banks.
So I don't know if you'll have an answer here, but what would the actual cost be to the city for the review, inspection, coordination, and enforcement? Like, what is that cost roughly?
You know, it also depends on the application type. So if we're saying a type 2, we just set the type 2 food cart pod review to $2,000. And that's a one-time fee. So, you know, as a ballpark figure, I think that would kind of be in the area if we're looking to approach cost recovery.
Okay, I think that would be too high if it was an annual fee. But if it was a one-time.
It would be one time, yeah.
With an
and then
annual
the-
review and
the
re-app
renewal
for
would be
$50
less.
or something like
Yeah.
that. I agree with Tracy or Council President Hensley that $50 is pretty low.
Okay.
I agree. Councilor Spoon.
I think there's a little bit of a difference between reviewing a food cart pod, which has a number of different requirements that are not this. I think we can find a better number than 50 and a better number than 2,000. But I actually kind of would defer to what Bend does, which is they charge each business $60 per parking spot per month. Like you're basically renting the public space. And so then you can have a more nominal initial fee and then charge them.
There's the fees, right? You see.
Is this-
205 initial and.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there is like, they also charge monthly rent. Yeah,
No, that's true.
yeah, per parking spot, so that they would have the application fee. I do want some cost recovery. I don't think the same amount of time reviewing this would be with a food cart pod because there's all sorts of other considerations with a food cart pod, including like plumbing and whatnot that we're not going to have in a parking spot. But I would be interested, since it's public land, in a monthly rental if they're going to use the space. I'm comfortable with that. I don't think it needs to be extraordinarily high, but you look at a business that's going to be using 3 spots, that's $180 a month. And even if we have a lower initial fee, we're going to recover a lot of costs through that if they use that space for 10 months, that's $1,800 in just rental fee for the space. Also, it really precludes them from doing it unless they intend to have good public use. I mean, if you're not utilizing the space or whatever, then.
Exactly.
But related to that, I assume many of them would keep it in the winter and put in heaters like many did during COVID. But if they decide to remove the space and stop paying rent and stop using it,
Again,
I
back
think
to
they
the
should
bottom.
start over again. Yeah, exactly. So like if they're like, I don't want to pay rent through the winter, I'm not going to use it, that's their choice. But then they need to free that space up for someone else to use,
Got it.
is kind of my thought. So just, if we do rent.
Use
as a
it or lose
factor-
it.
Yeah. But I don't know how anyone else feels about the rent, but that's how Ben does it. And I think it also, it keeps that initial cost down.
What's Ben's initial fee?
205, I think.
So
And then
205
180
and then
on
it's
top of that.
60.
It's 60 per
I thought
space,
Matt said it was
so
$60 per space per month, right?
He's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's actually what Matt asked for when he
the-
first brought this to us.
just the initial, like, application fee and all that is 205, and then $60 per space there.
And I'm sure that
And then renewal
205
is 100 or something.
being a weird
Yeah.
number, 205, that's probably based on what their cost recovery is. So I'd want our initial to be whatever cost recovery is.
And it looks like, that smells of a type 1, because I think it's just going through an administrative process.
Yeah. Interestingly, I think the big difference is when you do a type 2, oftentimes there's so many other considerations that we're talking about putting a temporary structure in a parking spot that's not similar. So I'm interested in cost recovery, but I think it's totally fair to ask the businesses if they're going to use public space to profit that they rent that from us. I think that's a reasonable request.
Art, sorry, Councilman Marie?
Yeah, and I agree with you, Counselor Spoon. That is a much, much better way to spread it out and make it more equitable for the term of the program. And the likelihood is some of them won't be successful with it, and they'll say, I want to hang it up, and that's fine, it goes away. But I think I like the monthly rent idea a lot.
Yeah, I like the initial fee piece as well, and then the monthly rent on that. I'd like to see it more like 75 than 60, but that's
Yeah, I think 75 is reasonable.
that's splitting hairs at this point, but
Right.
do you have something, Councilor
I
Bagley?
was gonna recommend, a $250 application fee and $50 a month. At $50 a month, you'd be paying $1,200 a year for 2 spots and $1,800 for 3. And if it's a rough estimate of $2,000 to cover our city costs, that would do that almost annually. No one's gonna do this with the expectation they're gonna do it for 1 year. So, and then I don't think they should do a $250 annual, reapplication fee. So I'm not sure how to handle that, but, I would go less than Bend rather than more.
We're better than Ben, though.
We're better, but we're so much closer. And so,
I'd add that it would be up to the landlord, I think, to charge rent for the private parking. Obviously, we can't charge them rent for space we don't own as opposed to public parking, but leave it up to the landlord's discretion if they want to charge additional rent for the parking space. But we would only recoup rent on public spaces.
Right.
But we would still get that initial $250 from the private as well, so we are, we're seeing some come back. Okay. Great ideas, I like this a lot as well. It's accessible for the applicants, and it's a more constant stream for us as well. One point, I feel a little bit like the fuddy-duddy, but in terms of enforcement and monthly rent, that requires us to sort of sign the lease with the city, and I'm sure Joe knows the intricacies of that more than I do. But if someone just doesn't pay the rent, we would have to follow up with recourse on that, and then,
And that's why I think I look at like
That's why higher.
more, Ben's got a much more, it's been a while, but much more robust Parklet program than what we have or would have, but it still requires policing and monitoring and whatnot, and so I look at, that's where to me, at the end of the day, you're talking staff time, police time, code enforcement, all those pieces that play into it, so, but.
And that's.
Why not just have their rent due at the time of application and they don't get their application renewed unless rent's due? I mean, we don't have to overcomplicate it.
What do you mean?
Rent paid annually at the time of at the time the application's approved. Then if they don't pay rent, their application's not approved. I mean, I don't think we need to overcomplicate it.
You can calculate it per month, but then just charge it at the time of application. Then would we refund if they decide to leave in 9 months?
No, it's a 12-month lease. I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? I don't think we have to overcomplicate it, but I want to be sensitive to the fact that I don't want staff chasing down $60 or $50 or $75 every month. If we just have a 12-month lease, rent due at the time of application and lease agreement, then no one has to chase anything. And if they decide to take it down, they break their lease, which is fine. There's no penalty for them breaking the lease, but I'm not going to refund them money. Yeah. Just my thought. That's an administrative decision, but I don't think we need staff chasing $75 checks down every month.
Counselor Parker?
Would that idea also work with then having the yearly rent payment, as part of the annual inspection of the place?
Yeah, we could tie it to that. Prorate with inspection. Yeah.
So, Sarah, so back to you're saying when they initially, so there's the 250, if that's what we go with, the initial fee, and then it's $50 a spot, so if we go 3 spots, so they would need to walk in with $2,000 right at the outset for the Parklet program.
If staff feels like that's too onerous, we can do 6-month or quarterly. I just don't see a point in doing it monthly. I think that might be onerous for the business as well to, you know what I mean, pay the city every month when we can do it. I don't think it's a huge expense, and frankly, if they're going to be doing this program, they're going to be putting a few $1,000s into building a structure. So I assume that they have some cash available to commit to the program, because the design standards are going to require a capital investment there as well. So I think, if staff if we get feedback that that's too much and people would rather do it on a 6-month basis, that's fine with me. I just don't see a reason to have staff chasing checks monthly and then trying to evict people when we can make it much more simple and just do 6 and 12-month leases.
Do we want an official drafting of lease agreements for the spaces?
Well, I think that enumerates all the regulations that they're agreeing to. I think that would be prudent.
Well, part of, I guess the question is, like currently, we use the revocable encroachment permit, right? With the idea that at any moment, you don't inure the benefits that you would in a lease. Mm-hmm. Like if you go with a lease, then suddenly you can be there all year. And what if you really do want to remove somebody for some reason? So in a sense, giving them a permit to be there with this notion that they have insurance that name us as additional insured, and that they get signed off with all of fire and electric and all of that, but that they know deep down, if the city really needs its property back, that we can make a move. That's preferable, I think, from a liability standpoint.
Mr. Banks?
So I kind of like the idea of not accepting the rent all at once unless they want to pay it. I think it makes it more difficult for them to do it. And I think
charge late fees too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think if they don't pay the rent, they don't get the renewal at the end of the year, and the worst we're sticking out is $1,800, and I think that's a risk that the city can better afford. If we want these people to do this, and if we don't, again, we shouldn't be doing this, then we should make it easier. It's possible that the business itself is hoping to make more money by having more tables, and that's how they're paying the rent, but they don't have that right now. So, my thoughts are do it as a monthly thing. And if they can't do that, then they're not going to get it next year. I would like to have the input of our various establishments. Perhaps we can have a work session where we go to Backstop and a Siren Song and to Wayward
Field trip.
and just ask.
I don't know how that works on public meeting law, though.
Well, we can invite the press.
But I do like the idea of attaching a late fees to it as well.
Yeah, that's why I brought up $2,000 right out of the get-go. Sometimes that's a steep, if you're
Another 2 or 3.
if you're a restaurant owner.
That's right.
I think the best enforcement then is if you have more than 2 30-day late payments or 3 30-day late rents during the course of the year that you don't get your application renewed the following year. That's probably the best enforcement because it's much more risk for them than it is for us. And worst case scenario, if people don't pay it, we aren't out an extensive amount, but we won't have to worry about that happening again the following year.
We could take it out of our 40% cash carry on.
Not trying to overcomplicate it.
No, these are all very good thoughts. Thank you very much. Okay. I mean, that is all I had in terms of discussion points. I'll just, wrap it up with any other last comments, any comments about the staff report or the new application or, final thoughts heading forward. We're going to do a parking count. We need to do some outreach to local businesses, of course.
I'll start working on that.
Yeah.
What about design? Design standards? Do we have? You already have that worked out, or?
I don't have specific design standards. I think we were going to model it after the Oregon City and Bend programs. It's kind of tough because, like the food cart pods, are balancing sort of a temporary program-ish with a more permanent aesthetic that we want. So those are definitely things that I'll be looking at and picking out. It'll include things like type of material, height and setback, things like that. Pretty similar in concept to the food cart pods. So, keeping it flexible, but having sort of that minimum level.
Joe, question for you. If we are enforcing design standards on a parklet, does that get us into any kind of trouble because we don't necessarily hold a landlord accountable for their building when it gets less than ideal?
No, well, because this is our land. See what I mean? And the landlord, it isn't, so. We control standards at the onset of development, right, or redevelopment, but yeah, the standards in the middle sometimes are a little bit it's more trying to encourage good behavior than it is, punishing bad behavior. But in this context, no, you guys hold the permit, right? So you can say how your land's gonna be used.
That's what I just wanted to make sure that was on the record, that people understood that because they're extending onto city property that we can correct or ask that they correct dilapidated or less than attractive.
And you want it to be safe
structures.
and even brace for a little bit of impact, frankly, because it is a parking area.
Sure. Yes, Parker?
Mayor, I just wanted to say how efficient I thought this presentation was, that over the past decade, we've had staff, most of whom have left, of course, who have come up and say, here's a bunch of ideas, now tell us what you think, and we just can never land the airplane. And I think going through it point by point really helps staff go back and say, okay, on these broad policy points, this is what the council thinks. And I'd love to see this again. So Joe, if you'd pass that along at the next management meeting. I've sometimes joked about how at least for me, an ocular exam is what I need. Does this look better or does this look better? Now, you dangerously went beyond that and say, here's a topic area and what do you think? But I thought it was pretty successful. So thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Great job,
I
Brianna.
also thought it was very successful. I have a lot to work with now. Appreciate it.
Perfect. Do you need anything else from us on this?
Not at this time. No, you'll definitely see it again. And we will be bringing it to Planning Commission also for their feedback as well. I know that was mentioned, so, yeah.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Brianna.
Thank you all very much.
Yep. That concludes our work session for the evening. It is 7:10. We will take a break until council meeting at 7:30. Thank you, Camby.
Welcome, Camby, to our regular city council meeting here on July 20th, here at 7:30 in the evening. We have a full agenda. If you'll please stand for invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this great community. I thank you for the leaders that are gathered here in this room and that we have in our community that work so hard to make this community what it is. I ask that you look over the men and women here that protect and serve and put their lives on the line for our community. Those that are here, those that are out, and those across the country. We thank you for these men and women that do a really tough job. I ask that you protect them and bring them home safely every night. I ask these in your name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. First on our agenda this evening is the swearing in of a new police officer, Officer Tyler Wood. Chief Tro.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and
Good
Council.
evening.
We do, we have a swearing in of our newest officer, Tyler Wood. So I'm gonna say a few things about Tyler here. He's our newest officer who started back in February of this year, but the actual process to start him started like in August of last year. Mainly, our HR department does a great job on getting people ready to go, but the police academy is so backed up, it took, 4 or 5 months before we could get you in. So he graduated from the police academy. He is on his about to go to his second phase of the field training and evaluation program, and so far he's doing really well. So a little bit about Tyler. Tyler grew up in Gresham, attended Gresham High School. He loves playing sports, and he played baseball and football throughout his youth and in high school. After high school, he attended Mount Hood Community College and received his associate's degree in business. In 2019, he married his wife, Avie, who I believe is here. We'll meet in a little bit. They have 10-month-old twins, Bo and Asher. Do they keep you pretty busy? Very busy. Perfect timing.
That was perfect.
Perfect timing.
Right. In his free time, he enjoys family walks, playing cribbage. You're gonna have to teach me cribbage. I have no idea.
No idea.
Woodworking and running. He's wanted to be a police officer since he was in middle school and feels he can make a difference in our community. As a child, he thought of police officers as real-life superheroes. Did you hear that, fire? Not firefighters. Sorry. Had to do that.
Of course.
He's looking forward to his career here in Camby and plans to continually train to best serve the people of Camby. Tyler's here with some family, which I'm going to let him introduce real quick.
So my wife, Avie, and the boys, Bo and Asher. It's my mother-in-law, Christy, my mom, Tracy, my father-in-law, Todd, and brother-in-law, Tyson.
Okay. As you can tell, Todd is
And
somebody?
Tyson, my brother-in-law's girlfriend, Bailey.
As you can see that Tyler's father-in-law is a police sergeant with Westland and previously with Portland Police Bureau. Judge Graff, where are you? Can you come up for the swearing in? I printed this in large print for you. Larger.
Okay, this is your last chance. You don't have to do this.
Stick with it.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Tyler Wood,
I, Tyler Wood,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and uphold the constitutions
that I will support and uphold the Constitution
of the United States and the state of Oregon,
of the United States and the state of Oregon,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Canby,
the charters and ordinances of the city of Canby,
remaining in compliance with the professional standards established by the department's mission
with the professional standards established by the
Department's mission,
Department's mission,
values and professional code of ethics,
values and professional code of ethics,
Department policies and directives,
Department policies and directives,
and will faithfully perform the duties
and will faithfully perform the duties
of the police officer for the city of Canby, Oregon,
of police officer for the city of Canby, Oregon,
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Judge. And one final thing, I think AV's gonna come up and pin his badge on Tyler.
Oh, hey.
Welcome, Officer Wood. All right. You want to say the next thing, or?
Oh, sure, yeah. Next up is the promotion of Officer Sharmoda to
Yes.
sergeant.
Come on up. So this is a promotion from one of our officers to sergeant. So this position was the new supervisory position that you guys approved for this year, which gives us some more coverage during the night and early morning hours. Hopefully, Sergeant Sharmoda will be ready for that. So excited. So a little bit about Chris. Many of you know Chris. He grew up in Canby here and attended Canby, was it Union still at the time you graduated? No? Okay. Canby High School. Chris started back with us in 2004. He actually started as a reserve officer first, and then he was hired full-time in July of 2015. He actually just hit his 17-year anniversary with the city. Wow. Chris has done a lot for our department. He started out reserve, like I said. He was a police officer, patrol officer, field training officer, detective, major crime team member, Clackamas County Interagency Task Force member, K-9 officer with his partner Puck, who I don't see here tonight. And he's also a taser use of force instructor for our department, a firearms instructor, an active threat instructor, and he has served as Canby Police Association president. Is there anything you haven't done, Chris?
Not yet.
Not yet, all right. Chris has also been involved in lots of community outreach events, including Shop with the Cop, Grill and Chill, the Halloween Village. He has done numerous presentations with his K-9 Puck all around town in different community groups. He's also served the community in many other ways. He's been a youth coach in a variety of sports in our community and currently is on the Camby Junior Basketball Board. Chris is also here with some family members, and I'm going to let him introduce them real quick.
My wife Jennifer, my daughter Chloe, other daughter Kira, and her boyfriend Justin.
Okay. I'll make it official. We are very excited to have you part of the supervision team. You deserve this badge. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Do you want somebody to come and sergeant?
We've been practicing.
We've been practicing. That's good.
Thank you.
Chris, now that you're a sergeant, I think you need to address the audience and the council.
Hello, fine audience. In all sincerity, thank you guys. There's a lot of people that showed up tonight for me. Friends, family, fellow police officers, my high school linebackers coach. He's not here for me, but he's here. And members of the fire department are all here. So thank you guys very much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sergeant. Thanks, Chief Tro. Those of you that were here for the swearing in, if you guys want to take a moment and leave, you're more than welcome to, or you can hang out and enjoy us the rest of the evening.
There is some cake back at the police department.
Oh.
Who's out to cake every time? Okay. I guess I'm.
Hey, did you win?
Oh, cute little nuggets.
I played high school football with him. We lived on the same street.
Is that right?
Yeah, Ken, great family.
Next on the agenda is the opportunity for citizen input and community announcements. This is an opportunity for audience members to address the city council on items not on the agenda. If you are attending in person, please complete a yellow testimony card. They're back there on the podium where Mr. Padden is currently signing in. And then please bring it over to Maya and she'll make sure that I get it and give you your opportunity to speak. Staff and the city council will make every effort to respond to questions raised during citizen input before the meeting ends or as quickly thereafter. If you are interested in speaking to the council virtually, you can reach out to the deputy city recorder by 4:30 on our meeting days, and they will make sure that you are queued up and ready to go. The first one that we have for community announcements, I believe is online, did Paul,
Not on the list.
yes, he's on.
No, I mean, not on the Zoom.
Yeah, I don't know if Paul's gonna be, he's not on yet. Okay. Well, if he comes in, we'll give him his time. Then moving on, next is Mr. Ken Buckles.
All right. 15 years ago, jacket was given to me by veterans of World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, and it's added a lot of famous patches on here. In fact, I spoke at the funeral for Holocaust survivor Les Iagner on Sunday. His patch is on here. And then the week before that in Detroit, I spoke at Alex Jefferson Tuskegee Airman funeral. But the reason I'm here is 5 years ago, I met a Vietnam veteran from the country of New Zealand. I am embarrassed to say I had no idea New Zealand and Australia and South Korea had troops in Vietnam. I had a great conversation with him, and I said at the end, you probably weren't treated how our guys were. And he got tears in his eyes and he said, I was spit on and called a baby killer at Auckland International Airport in New Zealand. And then he started to sob. Our country had a National Vietnam Veteran Apology Day in 2008. I Googled it and saw it. He said it was the most powerful, emotional thing ever. It provided so much healing for their veterans. So I said, I want to do that in the United States. I tried to start that with a apology t-shirt, and then the COVID hit and it got on the back burner. And I started having these dreams about it again. So I went to a friend of mine that is an executive at Weston dealership in Gresham. I said, can I meet with the owners? They didn't even think about it. They said, we're gonna put you in a Hummer. I have a friend who owns a La Quinta at the airport. He called and met with the CEO of La Quinta. They're sponsoring lodging. The next cause is we're starting October 29th in the beautiful town of Camby called Honoring Vietnam Veterans Across America. We're gonna go to 28 cities, 40 days. I've got veteran connections around the United States that are gonna make it a big deal. We're gonna reach out to all the veteran organizations in these towns and everything. And that the message on the side is, Dear Vietnam veterans, we honor you for your service, valor, and sacrifice, and we are so sorry for how you were treated when you came back home. I just finished volume 3, which is all Vietnam veterans, interviewing them, and there's many Cambyites in there, and some big name ones. I asked every one of them the question, how were you treated when you came back home? And I had guys break down and cry. I had guys get angry. I had guys get depressed, disappointed. Unbelievable, just shocking, some of it. And when I told them about this, I've got donations pouring in from Vietnam veterans now in Portland so that I can get the country to apologize to them. And that's my goal. Now, where does the city of Canby come in? 2 reasons. Number one, It's not the most important, but it's huge. This is a tremendous marketing exposure opportunity for the city of Canby. It's gonna start in Canby, it's gonna end in Canby. And I am convinced it's gonna be huge. We are offering only 8, and 6 of them are already gone, spots on the hood of the Hummer for the logo. $1,500 sponsorship donation, and it would be awesome if the city of Canby was on there, because every stop I go, I'm going to point out who has sponsored this. There will be pictures and photos, it's gonna get on the news, and it'll be tremendous exposure for the wonderful, beautiful, small town of Canby. And number 2 is, if you're a baby boomer, I don't have to sell you on this cause. But we need to educate, we need to provide some healing, and it's very important just to slough off and say, well, good luck. I passionately believe in this. It would be awesome if you could do this. I don't know if you can legally do it or not, but if you can, it would be amazing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. So, Ken had emailed me and I sent out to the council just as a precursor, just so that you guys had the information beforehand. Is this something that we'd be interested in pursuing? Had some conversation with Scott about this, as well as with Joe, and I don't know if we've ever sponsored anything like this in the 10 years that I've been in mayor, but I think this would be something great for us to do. And I know, Joe, you were gonna possibly have some conversation with Eric. Do you have any thoughts on what we may or may not be able to do?
There's no real impediment for you to be able to have a grant for someone or that sort of thing. We've done that for local businesses as well, and so that's an opportunity.
Okay, Councilor Parker?
Well, we have as a vehicle in this budget, this mini grant program. So that's one avenue that could be tapped, this could be the first. I'll leave that up to staff for its recommendation, but yeah, let's do this.
Okay, Councilor Spoon?
Yeah, I know that Ken and Melinda have done a lot of work, a lot of really good work in communities all over, and I want to support them in this project. And they do a lot of work here in Canby and beyond, a lot of education. I want to support that. So my caveat, I want to do it and support them and sponsor them, is that moving forward, we come up with some policies and guidelines about what we would sponsor, what we wouldn't sponsor. I think I see no reason to not do this, but I think moving forward, we probably need to put some parameters around. I'm sure there are a lot of people in the community that would like to have us sponsor something, and I think some clear parameters and guidelines moving forward. I see no reason to not do this. I think whatever parameters and guidelines we create, this would fall in. So I want to move forward with Ken, but just as a caveat, I'd like to put some framework around it moving forward.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments? Yes, Councilor Banks.
I would also support a resolution to the effect of apologizing on behalf of the community for the way our Vietnam veterans were treated when they came back, both the people who live here in our community and by the members of our community 50 years ago. I don't know who would write that.
Joe.
Joe would. Nice. Excellent.
That's easy.
Everyone named Joe, raise your hand.
All roads lead to Joe.
Yes.
I'll
Councilor
write
Murray.
that down.
I just want to go on record as saying I would definitely support this as well. This is something that I've thought about a lot of times and never really taken any action to do anything. And this is a perfect opportunity.
Great. Well, Ken, I think you've got unanimous support across. Yes, Councilor Spoon.
We were sent several levels of sponsorship. Should we clarify for staff what we're looking to do?
Sure.
That's not
Okay.
a good idea.
did you want to?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with the highest level of sponsorship, which is the $1,500 for the hood. I just want to make sure, since our email had several different options, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Perfect, I appreciate that, thank you. Cool, so Ken, looks like it's unanimous that we will, you most certainly can.
I was not expecting this quick decision. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you. I think some of you should know, and I should know, that I, like Sergeant Sharmoda, I was a high school weight training teacher and a football coach, and I was tunnel vision. And then my dad took his life as a result of post-traumatic stress from the Korean War. And it led to the coaching on the back burner, and it's still back there, to doing this. And it's just been such a blessing. It's all about, the number one word used for the veterans over the 27 years has been healing. And you know, we send these young boys and now young women off, and I'm just so, anyway, you guys are busy. I just wanted to let you know, I'm very, very grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ken.
And my wife, Melinda, was
Melinda's a great fan.
Melinda did a great
She
job.
also sings everywhere we go. So.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
If you would want me to try to make sure that the resolution gets done by the next meeting, perhaps, so that he knows he can come back and be a part of that as well?
Yes, yeah, so Ken, when do you depart?
So we have to go to Vegas Monday to drive the Hummer back.
Okay.
Up there. The first week in August, I'm meeting with the wrap company that does wrap for Weston. And so I can orally say that we're saving a spot for the logo City of Canby then, even though it's not with official paperwork or something.
Well, and we can work with that administratively because of the amount, that's fine. I'm saying if we do a resolution from the city, a statement that says the city of Canby apologizes for the way veterans were treated when they came home. Are you going to be here the first Wednesday in August, or is it a safer bet to have you here this third week?
It's the third.
We can try, yeah, we can put that on our calendar. First Wednesday, the third.
Mr. Mayor?
We live on Monday the 25th. We'll be back before that.
If not, I mean, we can make it as part of our agenda for the August 17th meeting.
Is that safer?
What?
Is that a safer date for you to be here, is August 17th?
August 3rd will work.
Okay, all right. Counselor Spoon?
I was thinking it might be nice to do it in conjunction as a day with a resolution with the event starting in Canby, as opposed to, I mean, just as, I thought doing it in conjunction with.
October 29th is, we're gonna take off from the helicopter memorial.
It's
Then
yeah.
it's gonna hit up Canby Police and Canby Fire because they escort us out of town.
It's of course your discretion, Mr. Mayor. I just thought might be nice to honor the day with the resolution.
Yeah, so we could do that
You're a veteran.
we could do that October 19th.
Okay.
At our council meeting, and that's right before he departs.
I'll make it not only a note of that, but we'll make sure we kind of track that along with.
Perfect.
Yeah.
October 19th.
Yes, Counselor Banks.
So to be clear though, that'll be the proclamation that we'll put off until October.
Yes.
But we can provide the sponsorship in advance of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can do that in short order.
There you go.
I can give you my card.
Perfect.
You can touch with me then. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Melinda.
Thank you.
Listening.
Next to address the council is Lana Bollinger regarding an urban canopy.
No, I've never done this before, so.
That's
should
okay.
I sit here?
Yep, have a seat right there and that microphone, if
Is
you
this the
speak.
microphone right there?
Yep, speak directly into it. That way it gets picked up here in the auditorium
Okay.
and picked up on the recording for those at home.
I have my visual aids. Could I approach the?
Yes, if you want to hand them to,
And I'll explain this.
This has wheels too, so just be careful.
Okay. I'll explain this as I go, and I'll try to be as brief as possible.
George.
I've lived, my name's Lana Bollinger. I live on the north end of Pine Street, right near Territorial. Territorial Boulevard runs by my backyard. And I have noticed in the last several years, I've been here about 20 years, that we are losing our urban canopy and our canopy. And I'm not talking about city trees, I'm talking about old growth conifers and other open spaces that exist in Camby. And in the last year, on Redwood Street and also on Pine Street where I am and over on Holly Street, there's been development and we've lost several acres of old growth pine. I used to go out of my front door and I would look out, I would see the tree line horizon. It's not there anymore. So I am concerned about establishing policies and a committee in Canby that concerns itself with what is called the urban canopy. They have them in other cities. I think West Lynn has one. I'm pretty sure Portland has one. I believe a committee of volunteer citizens, maybe 6 of them, working with the city, can develop policies that have to do with maintaining what we have and promoting new growth also. And the reason I have given you those pictures in my concern about, here we are, the Garden City, and we're whittling away at our garden. We're in the Garden of Eden and we're losing it. And I don't think I have to describe or paint for you pictures of global warming. I believe there really is a problem with that. And trees cool the ground and clean the air. So I have this idea, and I don't know how strong it is, but I gave you that picture of the overhead shot of a piece of property that used to be owned by Hank Jarbo. It's on the corner of Territorial Boulevard and the logging road. And I don't know how many of you get over to the north side of town, but I'm over there ranging around quite a bit, and I have been for years now. And on the top picture, okay, I don't do a real good job of projecting. This top picture, you'll see that there's a yellow blocks there. That is part of the property I'm talking about. That is county property, and you folks are going to be voting pretty soon on annexation for that. The part in the lower picture shows you that little square box, but it also shows you that this is kind of an L-shaped piece of property. You'll see that bunch of trees right there. Do you see them on that bottom picture? Mm-hmm. That's owned privately by Tom Scott. He bought the whole property. Some of it's county and some of it's, I thought the whole thing was, but it isn't. Some of it is his private property. I want the city to buy that ground that has those trees on it and make it an extension of Eco Park. And you know, this seems like kind of a fantastic idea. I talked to Tom Scott and he told me, without committing himself in writing or swearing on the Bible, that he would consider an offer from the city or any other group of people that might be interested in buying those trees. That's about 1/3 of an acre. It needs a little bit of a cleanup. We could use citizen labor to cut down the ivy, which has been done in Echo Park, cut the ivy off the trees. And I don't think we'd even have to put a sign up that said it was a park for people to frolic in, because people drive right by there. They think it's private property, which it is. And so, and it's a little nub that's just across from Eco Park. So I know this sounds kind of fantastic. I understand you are working on, I believe it's in the planning department right now, developing a dog park right across the street from that for several $100,000. We do not need a dog park over there. I've roamed around in the fields and the woods in Camby for years with my dogs. And there are already people over there that take their dogs there and are using it for a dog park. In my view of dog parks, example would be Wilsonville and Mary S. Young. Sections of an area are fenced in or considered to be a dog park. And after several years, what you have is ground that won't grow anything and the odor of dog urine that you can smell a block away. And if you do that off territorial, in a few years, that's what that's going to be too. I think a better investment with the citizens' money would be buying these trees in the ground they stand on. So that's what I came to say. Let me look at my notes. I don't know if I have anything else I want to add. I do want to say that I have great respect for people that suit up and show up and make an effort to help wherever they can, do whatever they can. So I really appreciate citizens committees like yours that are doing that. You're not being paid enough. You know that. You all have jobs and families and considerations that you have to spend your time on as well as doing this. So I really appreciate it. So let's see. I think I said everything I had to say about that. Make him an offer. Don't build that dog park. Take those hundreds of thousands of dollars and buy those trees. So I don't know if I'm in the right place to talk about this or whether you take it into consideration, what you think about global warming and what you think about preserving the canopy. I'd really be interested in hearing it.
Well, Lana, thank you very much for coming tonight. I know that you came to the Parks Board meeting last night and made a presentation to them as well. And so I know with talking with the chair of the Park Advisory Committee that they are going to put this on their next agenda for conversation.
They are.
So that'll be the next start. That's probably where that'll start in terms of conversation, is for them to look more into that aspect of it, and then come to us as, a recommendation from them or not. So that's where we'll probably start with there. Am I leaving anything out, Joe, or?
We spoke on the phone, I believe.
Yes, I've talked to some of you.
And there are always opportunities when you're doing development. We sometimes take parkland in lieu of SDC fees as well. So that there are, I guess, opportunities if that ground is being developed, which I believe it will be, into apartment buildings somewhat soon. So that would be the only other idea that might be out there for people who are creative to think that way. But other than that, no.
Okay. Councilor Spoon?
Thank you for coming and talking to us. I don't want to get lost her idea of having some sort of committee or conversation about the urban canopy. I'm a fan of the idea of purchasing this property if that's on the table and it's a reasonable purchase price. I'm also a fan of the dog park. I'm a fan of ballparks. I'm a yes and person. So I don't think we need to limit our choices, but I don't want to get lost the idea of having a conversation about the urban canopy. I do think it's a concern that has been brought to us before. With the rising temperatures, we're seeing communities whose streets are buckling, and shade can really help with that. And we are losing shade at a rapid pace, but we're not gaining shade. So I don't know what that looks like. I think it probably deserves to be its own committee, because it's not necessarily a parks conversation. A lot of that's going to be on private land and just a conversation, frankly, about development code. It's not necessarily. So I think it probably deserves to be its own task force. But I do think that it's time that we have that conversation and protect our urban canopy, because we're running out of time to do that as the development comes. And yeah.
Councilor Parker?
Well, yes. And there's also an equity issue that our city, like a lot of cities, where the economically underserved areas have less of a canopy. That's just the way they were built. And so I think it's an appropriate conversation, citywide, climate-wide, and also in terms of anticipating future heat domes, that the more trees that we can have. But again, that's I appreciate you bringing that idea. I like it a lot. And I would be open to having city staff take a look at what Mr. Scott might be inclined to discharge that piece of property on. And also, if it's not too onerous a task, of planning to determine whether that cost asked by Mr. Scott, would it all be covered with a fee in lieu of, which, Councillor Spoon, would you be, you've been the main one that have driven us away from in lieu of.
I'm not opposed to a fee in lieu. I just don't think it should be guaranteed. I think it needs to be addressed on a case-by-case basis, and this is a case when it makes sense.
Well, it would be, I know we're talking about stuff that doesn't make any sense to you, but it's part of our process in terms of development. And we can either take somebody's money and build a park somewhere, or we can have part of the property that they have for development be given to us as their contribution to an existing system. So I think it's a wonderful idea. You remind me of Lorax of coming here and the Dr. Seuss story.
Okay.
That if somebody doesn't take care of the trees, then who will? And today,
right.
you were the one who took care of the trees. So thank you.
Any thoughts, gentlemen? Council President? Yeah.
I would add, I think it's a wonderful idea. I'm a high school teacher and advisor of National Honor Society Club. We've been talking about that and even putting together students to go around and plant more trees around town. I've had conversations with Scott about that too, and I think also with Jerry. And I'll move more on it. I think it's a great idea. I'm solidly in favor of preserving our urban canopy, expanding our urban canopy. I think it's a huge benefit to the people in this town. So thank you so much for bringing it.
I know, I'm pretty sure from what I have observed that if he proceeds without having an offer made, that he will have those trees cut down and sold to a lumber company or whatever people do, because he did it, you know, he has these trail crossing apartments. There's acre and a, well, I don't know how many acres out my kitchen window where they'd cut all those trees down to put those apartments up. And I know that they saved about 6 of them. And then they're required to put new trees along the sidewalk. But every time one of those trees was cut down, my whole house would bounce. And I knew what was in those trees, the birds and the squirrels and all the animals that passed through that meadow, the deers and the possums and the turkeys, and all the little things you can't even see because they're too small to see. And it was a very painful experience to me. You cannot replace these things. The trees shade you from the sun. There's no trees, there's only sun. Trees protect you from the wind. If there are no trees, there is only wind. Trees house birds, among other things. If there are no trees, there is no bird song. And there is no bird song in my neighborhood now. So please, I appreciate what you said. And the whole subject of urban canopy policies and what you can do with that and picking species of trees, it's a deep and complex subject. I know I only had 3 minutes. I'm sure that's up by now. But I think I appreciate your response. And call me up and talk to me if you want to talk some more.
Great.
Or I'll be coming back to visit you.
All right.
Okay? In a
Thank
good
you,
way.
Lana. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And last card I have is Jason Penn.
Good evening, Jason Patton, 1040 North Birch Street here in Canby. So mine is like a tag on to 2 things that I've heard tonight. I'll start with the latest one. Lana, was it?
Yes.
I am a huge proponent of purchasing forest land within the city, and I think we should also be purchasing ag land in the city. I think we should be purchasing several acres of ag land throughout the city so that we can have urban gardens and things of that nature. And I've been a proponent of that for a while. The other one I will just say, and actually Ken's presentation reminded me of this. There are some communities here in Oregon, but my hometown back east in New York and the neighboring communities to honor veterans they will, you can like sponsor a flag or a banner, and it has like the military photo of a veteran and their name, and those are put up in the community during Veterans Day. I've always thought that it's strange that Canby bills itself as a small town community that thinks about these things, and we don't have that program. I really think this just reminded me to mention it. I really think it's time that Canby maybe add that to the plate as well to look at doing something along those lines. So that was it.
Thank you, Jason. All right, that concludes the yellow cards I have. So thank you for coming to address the council. Next on the agenda is a presentation from Canby Police, Clackamas County Public Health regarding the impact of opioids and fentanyl.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start off here.
Perfect.
So, with all the news lately regarding opioids, fentanyl, and overdoses, I thought it would be a good time to kind of give an update on this subject. A few stats I want to share before I invite our presenters up. Canby police officers have responded to 133 opioid-related calls since the beginning of 2020. Canby Fire Department had 85 overdose-related calls in that same time frame. In 2021, right here in Oregon, there were 11 fentanyl-related fatal overdoses of youth under the ages of 17. 53 fatal overdoses in the ages of 18 to 24. These are our youth from our community that are dying, and it is a big issue. We have started here, and I mean, the presenters are going to talk a little bit more about it, but it's the Opioid Affected Youth Initiative, which is a community-based prevention project that started here in Canby. So here to present more on the program are Trevor Higgins and April Herron from Clackamas County Children and Family Community Connections and Public Health. Trevor and April.
Good evening. Thank you, Chief Tro, and thank you for allowing us to come speak tonight. As Chief Tro said, my name is April Herron. I'm with Clackamas County Public Health Division, and I am a program planner. And
I'm Trevor Higgins. I'm a program planner senior with Children, Family, and Community Connections.
so tonight we'll be providing a pretty high-level overview of the opioid crisis and the impacts on our community. We've got about a 10-minute presentation. I'll start us off, and I'll pass to Trevor, and we are happy to take questions afterward. And I believe, yes, there are slides. In addition to all of the stats that Chief Tro already shared, I'm gonna be sharing quite a bit of data so you can follow along. So here are our presentation objectives tonight. We'll be sharing some data and trends, also some community voice information that Trevor has been collecting showing the impact of opioids in Clackamas County. We'll share some local response efforts that we're hoping to expand into Canby and the rest of the county. And we'll talk a little bit about how you, the City Council, can be involved. All right, so we only have about 10 minutes, so I'm gonna just dive right in. So this here that we're looking at is recent data from the CDC that shows the deaths from drug overdoses hit over 100,000 during the pandemic. This number includes the number of deaths from April 2020 through April of 2021, and it's the first time the drug overdose deaths hit over 6 figures in a 12-month period. Overall, the death toll jumped by more than 28.5% compared to the same time frame the year before. Deaths from synthetic opioids like fentanyl accounted for approximately 64% of those deaths. And in that same time frame, approximately 3/4 of all deaths were from all different types of opioids. So you can see that really is what's driving the drug overdose crisis. So all opioids would include prescription opioids, heroin, and fentanyl. And this new data shows that there are now more overdoses more deaths from synthetic opioids like fentanyl than there were overdose deaths from all drugs combined in 2016. And you might be wondering where the state of Oregon fits into all of this. So on the left, you'll see that Oregon was among the states that had a more than 50% increase in fatal overdoses involving those synthetic opioids. That was between June 2019 and May 2020. And then more recent data on the right shows that Oregon is also among the states that saw one of the highest increases across all drug overdose categories. There was a 45% increase from April 2020 through April of 2021. In addition, there was some data collected from the National Survey on Drug Use and Health. This is self-reported data that's collected from 2021. It paints a very disappointing picture for Oregon. We now rank second in the country for substance use disorders. Meanwhile, we have fallen 50th in access to treatment. Alcohol is by far Oregon's biggest addiction problem, with 12% of Oregonians suffering from an alcohol use disorder. We now rank first in prescription opioid misuse. We were fourth the last time the survey was conducted. And we are now also first in methamphetamine use. So that was a 53% increase from 2019. So now I'm going to move us along to looking at some local data. There we go. So on the left, you'll see county data by year. We're continuing to see increasing rates of overdose in the county. Our drug-related data comes from the medical examiner. You can see that we had 69 confirmed deaths at the end of 2021. That was the highest our county has ever seen. So far this year in 2022, we have 9 confirmed deaths and 22 that are still pending. So that puts us at a possible 31 drug fatalities so far this year. A little bit of good news is that compared to the same time last year, we are lower. Overall, we saw a 68% increase in drug-related deaths, going from pre-COVID, so 2019, through the end of 2021. And then moving to the right, I know it's kind of hard to see, so I'll walk you through it. These are the types of drugs that we're seeing in the toxicology reports. We work pretty closely with our county medical examiner. The presence of opioids in these toxicology reports rose to over 100% from 2019 to 2021. Deaths related from fentanyl increased more than 5-fold from 2019 to 2021, while deaths from heroin and meth continue to remain fairly consistent. And then in terms of our age demographics, our highest drug-related fatalities still are in our 30 and 40-year-olds. And here we are looking at incidents that required EMS transport for opioid-related calls, drug overdose, or events where Narcan was administered. They're listed by week on the left. And then on the right, you can see them listed by city. These incidents have increased significantly over the last year compared to 2020. We have a new system at the county called First Watch, which is a real-time system. Not many counties in the state have this, but it allows public health to look at these calls as they're coming in a real-time hourly basis. Our average call volume for drug-related is about 10 per week. And on the right, you can see that Camby, where Canby ranks in these drug-related 911 calls. From February, which is when we started this new real-time surveillance system, so February through July of this year, there have been 21 calls in Canby that meet our case definition. And the majority of these calls have been related to fentanyl, oxycodone, heroin, and methamphetamine. And before I turn it over to Trevor, I just want to share some findings from a recent report that was put out by the Oregon Health Authority on looking at both the progress and challenges faced in Oregon in responding to opioid-related deaths as they've been increasing. The key takeaways of this report are really helpful for Trevor and I as we continue to learn how and where to have the most impact in Clackamas County and in Canby, and where the gaps remain. So here you can see that we know that many people who overdosed had never touched the healthcare system, so we need to be looking at other access points to connect with folks. 70% of people who overdosed were not administered naloxone. That is an overdose reversal drug if you're not familiar. And it saves many, many lives, and that's a big part of what we're doing now is expanding access to naloxone. The root causes of both substance use and overdose really point to the lack of community cohesion, trauma, mental health issues, and absence of basic needs. The report showed that stigma is continuing to be associated with substance use, so we need to work towards reducing stigma. We also continue to see a lack of access to shelters, detox facilities, and treatment centers. This all goes back to what I shared about Oregon being ranking last in access to treatment. And then we know that many people don't know what community resources exist. So a lot of work to be done here. Some of these are big lifts. Some of them we can do fairly easily together. And so we'll be looking to expand some of this work in Canby and across the county, and hope to partner with some of the great folks we have in here in Canby to tackle some of these issues. And now I'll pass it over to Trevor.
Excellent. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Okay, excellent. I just want to make sure the mic's picking me up.
Well, we might want to move the microphone a little bit.
So that's
Yeah.
Do you want to just switch?
Zoom land hears you.
Excellent. Before I begin, I want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to speak about Camby, which is a place that I've grown quite fond of. It's been a pleasure being in and kind of interacting with its residents. So last year, CFCC, my division, we engaged the community of Camby to better understand how opioids were affecting the community, and if the community was really ready to respond. Should there be a need. So as you can see up here on the slides, a total of 9 interviews over the course of 3 months took place following our initial convening in October last year. The data from the interviews revealed that many in the community felt that there indeed existed a substance use issue in Canby, and there were many that were desirous to take action. So the next slide, please. Thank you. And again, these following slides should illustrate some of those things I just mentioned. So if you would please take note of the 2 quotes. There were similar quotes across all interviews that we conducted, and many of them show that the community needs to be aware of an issue and how that issue impacts the community in order to address this problem. All right, next slide. The quotes here on stigma. Actually, sorry. Yeah, I forgot to put those in my notes. Anyways, stigma or the shame that's associated with use that can be prevalent amongst drug users can be prevalent in any community. And just as any community that recognizes that they may have substance use issues here, need to take action. They need to find supports. They need to figure out a way to reduce the stigma. I really appreciate this quote here. As really here, it kind of just illustrates many of what we've heard from this community, and it's something that, again, we are seeking to support those families that may be feeling that guilt, fear, or shame that's often tied with having a loved one that may be suffering from substance use disorder. Next slide. Lack of resources. A lack of resources in any community can put a family in crisis mode. It's important that people are aware of the services and that there are services available, how to access those resources, and maybe what those resources look like specifically. Next slide, please. So some of the resources I would like to share that we have both county-wide and some of the things that we're uplifting here in Canby are as follows. So For the county-wide resources, I'd like to first mention the Clackamas Community Alliance, which brings together agencies working on substance use prevention to advance a coordinated local response and strengthen partnerships while addressing the crisis of opioids and other drugs. Some of the other local responses that we are standing up here in Camby include the Camby Prevention Coalition, which is a community-based coalition that is actively pursuing ways that we can spread the word. You know, how can we help? What can we do? What are some of those conversation pieces that we can have with families to really help families that may not feel supported get that support and feel that strength, that sense of community that's so powerful here in Camby as I've seen it. Other local resources we have are like our school-based activities that are being run through organizations like Northwest Family Services and Todos Juntos. Still, we have other projects that are going on in the community as well, such as like the Canby Latinx Network, which was recently stood up last fall. And this is addressing gaps in access to prevention education for Spanish-speaking families. We definitely would love to come back at a different time and talk a little bit more about these initiatives, these organizations, and give you a progress report on what we've been doing. But before I continue on to my last slide, I would like to turn a little bit of time back over to April, so we'll probably have to make a switch real quick, to share a little bit about Project Hope.
I can probably I'll be brief,
Are you
Trevor.
good?
Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay, so just a couple other efforts that I wanted to just make you aware of. So a big focus really is on public awareness. With a lot of the data that I shared, you can see there's been a lot evolving and going on over the last decade or so. We're continuing to see some pretty scary drug trends and drug threats emerging. So part of our role is really to let folks know what we're seeing. We're doing some pretty targeted messaging right now. One group is to youth. They really need their own unique messaging. Another group is parents. And then harm reduction messaging to our people who use drugs. So a lot of that public awareness has recently focused on fentanyl and counterfeit pills, which you may have been hearing about quite a bit. It's getting a lot of media attention. And then just youth access to social media and being able to purchase some of these pills that they think are one thing, but are in reality another. So we have been doing quite a bit of awareness, and one of those efforts was getting out a parent health advisory via every school district in the county on the dangers of fentanyl and social media access. So that's just an example of those efforts. And then I'll just really quickly touch on Project Hope. This is a pretty new project that's just sort of launching in Canby. We are working with Chief Tro and the Canby Police Department, as well as Canby Fire Department. This program allows them to make referrals to us for folks who have either overdosed or are at risk of an overdose. And we have a team who will respond. We have a community paramedic. Actually, we have more than one community paramedic, a peer mentor, and a case manager. And we do the follow-up, and then we're able to sort of assess what the person's needs are based on what they feel is right for them, and connect people to treatment, housing, employment, peer support. But it's having some really great impacts, and I'm really excited to bring it to Canby. And with that, I will turn it back over to Trevor.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So how can you all be involved? My personal philosophy is that the P in prevention is people. When we focus on people, barriers fall and solutions rise up. Mayor Hodson, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, I recognize that you all hold a tremendous amount of influence, insight, and experience, and most importantly, history of the community. On behalf of those with me here today, the members of the Canby, I totally knew I was gonna mess this up, Canby Prevention Coalition, we would like you to bring those assets, your knowledge, your experience, that passion that you have for your community, and attend. Come out and join the Canby Prevention Coalition. Our next meeting is August 1st, noon to 1. It is a virtual meeting, and please feel free to reach out to me, but we need you. We need Canby to take care of Canby. I definitely appreciate the time that you've allotted us today to present, and with that, I would like to turn the time back over to Chief Tro for his comments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Also, yeah, there are questions if you have any.
I'm sure there's plenty. I'll just start by just saying thank you for coming and presenting tonight. I know that it's a huge topic right now, and it's an ever-increasing issue across the country, but here in Oregon and Clackamas County. So, be anxious to hear more with the Canby Coalition here, and then how we can be involved to help, and then work with Chief Tro and Canby Fire as well on potential action steps that we can look at doing here. Low hanging fruit for sooner, and bigger things maybe that we've got to look at for later on down the road. But thank you for being here. Counselors, anything? Questions at all? No?
Glad you're here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A lot of information, thank you.
It's scary information,
It's frightening.
So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, April and Trevor. April, I'm glad you brought up Project Hope. That's something here that started in Canby. That will be started in Canby. As you know, Canby Fire is going to be adding a community paramedic, and the police department will be adding a behavioral health specialist. And I think both of these people could really help with this program. So, thanks, April. So, as we know, education, prevention, treatment are important parts to solve this issue, but another piece of it is the enforcement portion, especially when it comes to the illegal distribution of drugs. So today, next we're going to have, I've invited Lieutenant Marcus Wold. He's with the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office, and he is the supervisor of the Clackamas County Interagency Task Force. We have been involved with this task force for many years, and currently we have a detective assigned to them. And they are a drug task force here in Clackamas County. So I'm going to have Lieutenant Wold come up. Captain? Sorry, Captain Wold. Sorry.
You can make me a sergeant.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to show up. Thank you, Chief Troll. I'd like to start by saying I was humbled and by the way you guys treated your new officers that were sworn in today. That was very meaningful, heartwarming. So, thank you. I am Mark Wold. I work for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. The majority of my career has been in narcotics investigations. For about 9 years, give or take, I ran the Clackamas County Interagency Task Force. Sergeant Sharmoda was on that at one point. So we have ties to Canby through that task force. There are a lot of things, a lot of stats, and a lot of information out there about fentanyl, and it's dizzy. It's kind of dizzying for me to take in, and it's kind of a new phenomenon. And so I've tried to kind of boil it down into a real relatable example here. So in 2021, the Clackamas County Interagency Task Force investigated 31 overdose deaths. During that same time frame, there were 23 fatal car crashes. So more people died in Clackamas County from fatal overdoses than they did in car crashes. During that same time, there were 835 car crashes reported compared to 465 overdose calls. Almost twice as many overdose calls as almost half as many overdose calls as there were car crashes. And when we talk about car crashes, I'm talking about fender benders, I'm talking about everything. And to April's point, not all overdose calls are reported. If somebody is revived using Narcan, that oftentimes is not reported to police. Sometimes medical responds, and that's not actually something that comes into the police department. So that number isn't completely accurate, but it kind of paints a picture. And it's kind of an easy stat for at least me to remember. Fentanyl is huge, and it's at epidemic levels. It came in my experience, kind of came out of nowhere. We were used to methamphetamine, we're used to heroin. For example, in 2019, about 2,500 pills were seized by the Clackamas County Interagency Task Force. Moving forward, in the first 2 months of 2022, we seized 249,956 pills. So in that amount of time, it has just exploded in our community. The largest state seizure of fentanyl was done by the Clackamas County Interagency Task Force in March 1st of 2022 at the Home Depot store in Oregon City, just down the road. And that was over 150,000 fentanyl pills and over 20 pounds of bulk fentanyl powder. If you know anything about fentanyl, it's distributed in micrograms, very, very small dosage for it to be a fatal amount. In fact, we compare that to grains of sand. So when we talk about 20 pounds of fentanyl, we're talking about a lot of fatal overdose opportunities. And it's here, it's in our community. We are grateful on the Clackamas County Interagency Task Force to have Camby support us by giving us the most valuable resource, which is one of their people. And I'll tell you that tonight, I gotta get this, look at my phone and get this right. While we were here, your police officer with the Clackamas County Interagency Task Force seized 8,700 fentanyl pills and 3.8 pounds of heroin.
And I'm sorry, when was this?
No.
While we had this meeting tonight. And they shorted us. They're supposed to bring 6 more pounds of heroin, so.
Those jerks.
Yeah, I know. I just want you to just think about that. This is something like this is exploded on the scene, unlike things I have ever seen. I've been through the different cycles of, stimulants were on the rise, and then, heroin was on the rise, and this is something different. I know that a lot of people don't know a lot about fentanyl because it has kind of come on the scene really fast. And I know there was an opportunity for questions before. I'd like to give you an opportunity now if you have any questions of me or anything that you want to know about the Interagency Task Force. Because I think that education is a huge piece. We're just not adequately educating our population. And the most important thing in my mind is the children that are in school. We need to have, we've basically turned the tide for people who smoke cigarettes. It was very common. All these public service announcements, you see people, the use of tobacco has gone way down. We need to do the same thing with fentanyl, but we need to do it fast. Because taking a pill for a first-time user does not have the same social stigma as using a needle or smoking out of a glass pipe. And children are more likely to look at a pill and associate it with something that is good and comes from a doctor and think to themselves, this isn't as dangerous, and give it a shot. So.
Captain, well, thank you for being here. So help me understand what the attraction to fentanyl is.
It is a synthetic opioid. It is the same, it's a very similar feeling that heroin or other morphine provides, but it is dramatically more potent.
More potent and less dealing with either smoking it or injecting it. When we talk about the supply line of fentanyl, is it homegrown, locally made and distributed, or are we looking at, because again, I hear, I have about an hour commute every morning and listen to the radio or whatever, it's heavy on crossing border lines and whatnot is we hear the most of. But how much of that compared to how much is made or created locally? Like, what's the divide?
So that's the troubling thing about seeing the uprise in the powder. I can compare it to my own experience, but the powder allows either people to use a more concentrated dose if they're going to use it in the powder form. But what causes me concern, it also allows them to manufacture pills. So you would take that powder, you would get the binder and the dye and get a pill press and manufacture those pills because they're such a hot commodity. To answer your question about where is it coming from, it is an international issue. It does come across borders. It's also a multi-state issue. The drug trade just doesn't respect boundaries and lines and anything like that. That they go where the customer base is. We've had a pretty big change in the way that citizens of Oregon look at hard drugs recently. And so, again, my experience is demand never drives down supply. It drives it up. Mm-hmm. So I hope that answers.
It does. I'm probably several other questions if I can wrap my mind around the impact of the numbers that are being shared between you and then, April and Trevor. Yeah, it's scary stuff for sure.
Terrifying.
Councilor Banks.
Yeah, just to piggyback on that, most of our fentanyl overdoses are disguised as Oxycontin pills, aren't they?
It's very common because the pills that we talk about, and I probably should have started with that, the pills that we talk about are typically disguised as prescription medication. Almost the majority would be of the Oxy that you're referring to, but they're also showing up in things like Xanax, which if someone were to take a Xanax, they would be expecting a much lighter effect than they would from an Oxy. We've also seen them in things disguised as like Adderall, for example, which is a completely different animal than fentanyl, which leads to some of these overdoses that people, they're not intentional. In fact, they think they're doing one thing and it ends up being quite another.
So this is a question for our two chiefs. Do all of our police and EMTs carry Narcan around with them? Yeah. Yeah. That's all I have.
And this may be more towards Tro and Chief Davis, and maybe as well, Chris, what's currently being discussed? I was in school, we had, Mad and Dad and Dare and, all those pieces and Just Say No. What's currently being implemented in elementary schools and junior highs and high schools regarding, I guess, just
saying.
These drugs.
There's a couple of different initiatives. One that's kind of is a catchy phrase is one pill can kill. There are entities out there that can Clear Alliance is a group that produces posters that that will say you can hang them up in the schools and they have that message, and it may not be one pill can kill but it'll it's the short little bites. Recently, what I did at Clackamas County was I took the school resource officers under the investigations division, which is the division that I had the pleasure of running, which means that I can get my school resource officers educated and start pushing it out that way. I think we as a community need to and April and I and the larger group, the groups that we're in, are coming up with a strategy for that.
I think that's where Trevor too with the initiative is, trying to get some messaging to our schools.
And Chief Tro, if you wouldn't mind, if Trevor put out there, we make sure that you email us the contact information so we can connect and discuss get the details for the August 1st meeting. I'd be
interested in trying to attend that as well,
Zoom link or
so,
whatever.
yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Council President Hensley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I noticed the dates on the uptick seem to be post-passing of Measure 110, so I'm wondering how that's impacted. Is that causing this uptick? Is it enforcement? Is it education? I mean, really, where's the root here that we need to tackle? Is it enforcement, or is it education, or is it a marriage of both?
It's a marriage of both. It's absolutely a marriage of both.
I think this is kind of an unintended consequence of the ballot measure, but.
I think it came a little before the ballot measure was passed, because as you, and again, I don't want to just throw stats at you, but in Clackamas County, in 2019, 2,500 pills, just rough numbers. In 2020, that went to 52,000 pills. In 2021, that went to 82,000 pills. And then, as of, like I said, as of March of this year, it was just under 250,000 pills. So
In the first quarter?
Yes, yeah. And with the help of Officer or Detective Booth, we add 8,700 more to that.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that measure didn't pass till November of 20, but still, that's astronomical.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Councilor Briggs.
And Oregon's the only state that passed that measure, but, our numbers are the same as in Washington and California. Not the same, but, those states are experiencing the same crisis. So, I don't think that's real causal at this point.
It didn't help, that's for sure.
What, so Chief Tro, if you wouldn't mind coming back up to the table. So, what's next?
So like Trevor mentioned, reaching out to him and seeing what we can do as a community to really spread the message. I think the education piece is huge, right? Especially with our youth. So that's big. It is important to support someone like, the Clackamas County Interagency Task Force, because they go after the distributors and the dealers of this. So that is something that continued support for those type of programs. Yeah.
Okay.
Another thing I'll just mention, Councilor Brangs brought up the Narcan, Noxolone. We've teamed up with Canby Fire probably 5, 6, 7 years ago for training and to carry that in our vehicles. All our officers are trained and carry it. We actually get some from April. Thank you, April. She provides some of the Narcan to our officers. And the other thing is, I talked to Aaron Downs here the other day, and they are actually going to start carrying Narcan at the schools, and they will have trained personnel there to administer it, which is big. So the more availability of Narcan, the better of saving lives.
Perfect. Definitely, I made note about a future agenda for an update from April and Trevor in the future, and and more to come. I'm sure. I'm interested in this very much so. So, any other comments or questions for Cad Wold? Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Chief Tro, anything else on this you want to?
That's it. Thanks for having us. Thanks. I know it ran a little long, but we appreciate the time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you
Captain.
all for being here. Heavy duty stuff. Next on our agenda is the approval of the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda that consists of the minutes of the May 18th, 2022 City Council regular meeting.
Motion's been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Spoon to approve the consent agenda, which include the approval of the May 18th, 2022 City Council regular meeting minutes. Any discussion, comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That carries 5-0. Next on the agenda are resolution and ordinances. The first one is to consider resolution number 1374, a resolution authorizing a rate increase and establishing a new rate schedule for garbage collection by Camby disposal within the city of Canby. And I think we've got
gentlemen from the new company. Hello, how are you guys?
Hi, good.
Welcome to Canby.
I'm Jason Hudson, Chris Wright, here representing Canby Disposal. Appreciate you guys' time tonight. Covered a lot of heavy topics, so we'll be brief. I know we respect your time. Our franchise agreement allows for an annual CPI adjustment. We're here tonight to request that adjustment. We sent a letter March 31st to the city, and with the direction and help of Maya, we also sent you a very similar letter a couple weeks ago. There's two components to it. There's an operational component and a disposal component. Those together, we shared the math, and they work out to a overall increase of 4.19%. I think you have a resolution tonight to approve our request. We're just here to ask for that support, and I would ask for, the agreement specifies a July 1st date. I think the resolution is written for a July 20th date. I would ask that we could make that July 1st, just because it's also very easy, so we don't have to prorate, change the rates in the middle of the month.
Your Honor, I can add to that too. So we have two versions of the resolution if the council is so inclined to either make it effective now because it's your choice, or to backdate it back to July 1st. They were asking for July 1st because in the franchise agreement, it does say that the city will do its best if they request this ability to have the rate increase, that the city will do its darndest to try to do it by July 1st. So we're trying to honor that by offering you guys the opportunity to have a July 1st resolution.
Joe, would you mind giving a little background here on why the disposal company comes to the council for, I guess, a quote unquote permission to?
This disposal company has a kind of a unique franchise in that they are an exclusive franchise. So they are the one who gets the ability to do the disposal here in Canby. That comes with, pages and pages of both responsibilities and agreements with the city. And one of the deals that they have is this ability to every year come and ask for rate increases as they meet a certain methodology. And so they've demonstrated in their in the packet there that they're trying to follow the methodology to kind of come up with what they think is the actual cost increase to them this last year. The franchise itself says if the council was so inclined, they could make them go through the paces of the methodology, or you could give them a 5%. So they're actually asking less than the option B. They're asking for 4.19%.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. Councilor Parker.
Hi, and welcome.
Thank you.
You folks have a great reputation in the city, so look forward to your continued effort in that way. Couple of questions. Brian, do you remember last time we did this? Mr. Cahood was here, and we made a point, it was 2 city managers ago, that you're applying for a rate increase based upon your past experience, not based upon your projected. And we were talking about how we wanted you to at least have a discussion with our city manager about that. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about or not, but the idea was that you were always playing catch up with the language that's in the ordinance. If that doesn't mean anything to you, fine. I'll move on to my second question, which is more interesting anyway. Last time we were here, we were talking about the tippage fee rate per ton for regular disposal and for recyclables. And if I remember right, it was $90 on waste and $120 on plastic. I remember Mr. Cahood saying it'd be cheaper for us just to throw this all in the trash, but we're trying to be part of a responsible waste stream. I don't suppose you have those tippage fees off the top of your head right now.
Do you know what the disposal fee now is up to 117, and the commodity has gotten better. So about 2.5, 3 years ago, that's when China quit accepting all of the recycling, if you remember.
Sorry.
And so that's what we were doing with a lot of our,
I'm so
waste.
excited
So
because
since-
last time we had this conversation, things were looking quite dire. And it looks like the cost of recycling was just going to keep going up. You're saying that's moderated.
Yeah,
And
it's
I'm
stabilized.
excited.
There's new capacity.
And I'm so excited I'll make a noise. I'm done, Mr. Moore.
Who knew that? I don't know if I can, Greg. This is, no, to your point, I do recall, yes, several years ago that the concern was that recycling was piling up because nobody was taking it. So, and you're saying that
Yeah, there's been new
kind of
mill
turned around.
capacity since then built. All of a sudden when you go from, getting paid $20 or $30 to paying $120, there's a lot of room for us to work domestically and create some markets.
That makes sense. Any other questions for, yes, Councilor Banks?
So I'm unclear about the retroactivity. Is that even legal for, to change the rates for people that have already been getting the service?
Well, if you wanted to make it effective back to that date, my understanding is, and I could have let you answer this, I guess, but I asked the same question about their ratepayers. And a lot of their people are still going to be in back pay, or they're
Most of
still
them are
being
billed in
billed.
arrears.
So
the question was, is it legal to change the rates for people who have already been getting the service?
it's,
In other words, we're on the
it's
20th
legal
now,
to
so
change
yeah.
the rates.
Right, but like, can you change we're all customers too.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
say, it's not like I'm not gonna pay that. I'm not gonna pay that. I'm just gonna haul it myself. But can you do that? Change the rates after the service has already been agreed to?
Well, I would advise against doing it very far back, if that,
We're still in the same months.
yes.
Okay.
Meaning, if you were to charge it back, 3 years, people would come unglued.
Did you guys file this request?
Our original letter was sent March 31st.
Okay.
We did send it to Jerry, and he instructed us that it should go to Maya, and we sent it to Maya. And then per her advice, we also followed up with a letter to you guys a couple weeks ago.
So you're comfortable with the retroactivity? Okay.
Yeah, because again, the billing in August is to pay for July service. So you guys basically would be turning around and sending out a rate increase letter coincide with the increase that we approved tonight.
Yeah.
Councilor Spoon.
I share some discomfort, Counselor, if that's how I can describe what Counselor Banks says, that people are using the service now with an assumed rate for a service. And if we make the payment retroactive, that they've been using the service under a false pretense that the cost of the service is X, but it's actually Y. I would be more comfortable dating the rate increase to the 20th, because at least then people have a choice in whether or not they're going to pay that, or whether or not they're going to use the service. I mean, it's not a hill. It's not a battle I'm going to fight super hard for, but I will express that I have some discomfort over people having the service. I understand they'll be billed in August, but the fee will be retroactive to a time when that price was not disclosed to them. And that's where my discomfort is, that we had not disclosed a rate that they would be paying while they were using the service. And then when they get billed in August, they're getting paid, they're paying 2/3 of the month at a rate that was not disclosed to them previously. So I have more comfort with them paying a rate as it's disclosed than backdating a payment that was not a rate that was not disclosed to them while they were choosing to use the service. It's not, like I said, it's not a battle I'm gonna, but I have some discomfort with the idea of them using a service at a rate that's not disclosed.
Could I?
Yeah, please.
I'll leave it up to you guys. If we did do that, I'd prefer it be August 1st, just again because of the prorating. I'll leave it up to you guys. We'll work with whatever direction you guys want to go. I would ask next year though if we could maybe attempt to get it on the agenda, maybe in May, a little sooner, so we could avoid this.
Yeah, I will definitely make sure that we get into this spot again. We definitely will make sure that this is more of a May conversation than a June or a July conversation. So if we can put that on our hard and fast calendar pieces.
But I appreciate the position to push you guys in to vote on it, this late into the month. So whatever you guys decide, either July 1st though or an August 1st date would be better for us.
Okay, I appreciate the flexibility there, you guys. Did you have something else, Counselor Spoon?
No, in that case, I would be more comfortable with August 1st, understanding that that's a position for you, but I do have discomfort with people using a service without a disclosed rate.
Any other comments, questions?
That was also my concern. On the other hand, it feels as though we were the ones who were remiss, and then I feel bad that we didn't do this earlier. We should have been on this a little faster. But I had the exact same concern, which is why I raised the issue.
Yes, Councilor Marine.
Yeah, I'm in agreement that we should wait till August 1st. I don't think we should spring this on the people that are using the service, past tense. I just don't think that's right. So I would support it under those terms.
I would say as a practical matter, it doesn't matter, but as an ethical one, it kind of does. Because it is an exclusive franchise. It's not like we can go shop around.
And this is by resolution, so it'll be immediately effective, but you can just say as amended for August 1st if you're so inclined when you're making your motion.
I'd be willing to make a motion now.
Okay.
I move to adopt resolution 1374 as amended to reflect the August 1st date, authorizing the rate increase and establishing a new rate schedule for the garbage collection by city disposal within the city of Canby.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Bangs and seconded by Councilor Marine to approve resolution number 1374 as amended to the August 1st date. Resolution authorizing a rate increase and establishing a new rate schedule for garbage collection by Camby disposal within the city of Canby. Any further discussion or comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thanks for your flexibility, appreciate it. Next on the agenda is considering resolution number 1375, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to reestablish a street maintenance fee task force. And is that?
Your Honor, this is a resolution that's also tied to number 8 down in the agenda that's old business.
Okay.
Which is follow up on the discussion about a street maintenance fee process. So I don't know if you want to reserve that resolution for that discussion.
Okay, we can do that.
And then move on to the next.
Okay. A momentary table. We'll move on to item C under resolutions and ordinances. So considering ordinance number 1581, an ordinance authorizing the city administrator to purchase technology and services from Passio Technologies of Atlanta, Georgia, and CTS Software of Swansboro, North Carolina.
And Todd Wood is here to present this item. I would say Councilor Parker had a good question today. He was asking whether our IT director had taken a look and what he had to say about this. And so he had our network administrator and himself kind of looking at this, and they both then discussed it with Todd, or I think at least Paul Waterman did, and did not see any issues whatsoever. And so just so as a double check on our systems.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Todd.
Todd Wood, Transit Director. I've brought with me Heidi Muller. She's our Transit Coordinator. What we've got in front of you is a resolution for some new technology. So as time goes on, technology increases in the transit world, just like everywhere else. We slowly move our way away from paper and get more digital and add more services. We're a little behind in Canby Area Transit. We would have liked to have done this several years ago, but the pandemic pretty much knocked out most technology companies from bidding on this type of work. And so we had originally set aside some funding to do this back in 2020. But with the pandemic putting a hold on everything, we put it on the back burner. This year, sometime around December, the city of Sandy approached us and said, hey, we're going to do an RFP because we need to upgrade our technology. Would you like to piggyback? And we said, yes, absolutely, because anytime I don't have to do an RFP, I'm happy. South Clackamas also piggybacked, as well as Clackamas County piggybacked. So we went through the process all together, and we ended up selecting 2 vendors, Passio and Tripmaster. So these 2 technologies, one will be on our dial-a-ride side and one will be on our fixed route side. We already have dial-a-ride software, so we'll be replacing it. We have really no software on the fixed route side. So I brought with me Heidi. She's going to talk about what this is going to do for us, what it's going to add, and what we currently have, and how this is going to be a better fit for us. As far as the finances go, it is more expensive on an annual basis, about $6,000 more expensive on an annual basis, but that's because we're adding a lot of neat tools that are going to make everybody's life easier. So, Heidi.
Thank you. Alrighty, so I'll start with what we got on our current technology side for you guys. So our dispatch schedule software for our paratransit or dial-a-ride side is by Synchromatics currently. It's called Easy Rides. Right now we have it just as for dial-a-ride client information, creating schedules, and as Todd said, we do everything on paper right now. So the drivers get a paper manifest. If there's a change, they got to write it down. If there's a same day, they got to come all the way back to the office and get it, or they have to write it down on a piece of paper. So it adds more time to what we could just automatically do on a MDT system or a mobile data terminal system. The Easy Ride system also tracks all of our vehicle mileage for revenue and non-revenue service. And we do have an auto schedule software with it that we will get with Passio with a lot better features than what we currently have. So our GPS system is by Angel Tracks, which runs our camera system. So it's piggybacked on our camera systems. It's a web-based program. You cannot access it publicly. It's only on a one user system right now. So we cannot share that for public use. So, as Todd said, we did an RFP. So with Passio, we're going to purchase mobile data terminals for all of our vehicles, including our brand new transit van that will be here hopefully very soon, and a couple spare units. In the Passio, we will have automated stop announcements in them, so the drivers don't have to call out fixed route stops anymore, which is in compliance with ADA standards, which is a big thing for us. And then it will also have GPS tracking software that will not only be available to us, so we can live see where every vehicle is, but they do have an application called Passio Go, and it can also be added to our current transit app system that we have in the local area to let clients and customers actually look up where their bus is in real time, which we do not have right now. So, and it also, so with Passio Go, just one of the features that we'll be getting that I wanted to talk about, the geolocation, you can put it on any smartphone. If you don't have a smartphone, they'll have a text-based option where you just text to a phone number, the stop number that you're at, and it'll pull up which route's going to be there and what time it's going to be there and how far the bus is. And it'll actually give you a text base on that. You can also set up stop alerts. So if you know you want to catch this bus at this stop at this time, you can actually set up an alert. It'll alert your phone like an alarm saying, hey, the bus is going to be there in 2 minutes. And that way you can head over to the stop and not miss your bus. So that'll be a very good feature. So and then CTS, again, that is for our paratransit side. So that'll be for our scheduling and dial-a-ride purposes. It's all web-based. Currently, what we're using is a remote desktop, which can get a little finicky sometimes. So all this will be web-based, and we can send messages directly to the driver without having to use a radio. So if there's something about a client or something about a situation they need to know about that's not necessarily we want to put it on the radio, we can do that. And then the one thing that our current system doesn't do that I'm a big fan of when they showed me this system is when you put a trip in, and if you put it with, and what we tried to do is group trips, because we just don't want one person, we want to make it efficient. It will actually adjust the times for you. You don't have to sit there and try and guess, oh, I'm picking up this person, oh, I got to move this out 8 minutes, or it'll automatically do that for you. And then one of the features that CTS or TripMaster will have for us is the mobile app. The mobile app will allow clients to submit trip requests online, so they don't have to call in. So they can actually put in a request online. It'll go to the dispatcher, they'll look, we'll see if we can do it, and then we'll place them, and they'll get a confirmation that their trip's been placed. And then with the mobile data terminals that will go in the buses, the driver, when they do a drop-off and they're going to their next stop, they'll hit a button for that client, and it's on the way button, and it'll send a text message or a call, whichever the client prefers, to them saying your bus is so many minutes away. And if they do the text message, they can actually hit a hyperlink on the text and see on the map exactly where the bus is and how far away it is, and they can just keep refreshing it and see how far away the bus is to their stop. So again, something we don't have. And then, yeah, we have the Where's My Ride text features and stuff like that. That would be very good to have, that we do not have right now. So, any questions about it? I'm sure there's probably a few.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Yes,
Councilor
a lot of
Parker?
features.
Did you have a question?
Well, no, I just, all of this sounds like what a modern transit system needs, so thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Councilor Banks?
Yeah, I think it sounds great too. My concern is that we have a lot of riders who are as technically savvy as I am. What is the plan for teaching them how this stuff works?
So we've been
Or is there such a plan, I guess?
well, we've been planning on doing some outreaches at like the adult center and stuff like that. Actually this month and next month, I'm going to Bridging Cultures. So we're gonna try and work on more outreach programs for that kind of stuff. And we can also do training. I'm more than happy to help people out learning the new system. All of our drivers are gonna get trained by the company.
Realistically speaking, nothing, because all the people who are not technically savvy, nothing changes for them. They can still pick up the phone and call us.
Yeah.
They can still schedule a ride and we can still call them back. That's not gonna change for those folks.
Okay.
This is just going to add an enhancement to those who do have computers and would like to use the computerized features. There's significantly more benefits on our end than there is on their end. For them, it'll be fairly seamless.
For the most part, I think the fixed route riders are gonna probably be more in tune to using a lot of the features in it than the dial ride side, but we'll see.
Great. Councilor Spoon?
I'm really excited about this. It adds a little bit more service to transit service. I think it's going to be a better experience. Is that, I assume it is, but I'm hoping you're going to verify that the app and the alerts all can be in multiple languages. Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
No, this is great. Any other comments or questions for, okay?
So just also to let you know, we are asking for a 5-year contract. So this is a longer contract. With inflation the way it is, I wanted to see if I could lock down the price for a little while longer.
No, perfect. Well, thank you both, appreciate it. Is there a motion?
I can make a motion, but did all of your questions get answered?
All done, yes, thanks.
Okay. I know you had some problems, so. Mr. Mayor, I move to pass ordinance number 1581, authorizing the city administrator to sign a 5-year contract with Passio Technology of Atlanta, Georgia, and CTS Software of Cedar Point, North Carolina, for paratransit and fixed route software on MDT units for Canby area transit to come up for second reading on August 3rd, 2022.
Motion's been made by Council President Hensley to approve and seconded by Councilor Spoon to approve ordinance number 1581, authorizing the city administrator to sign a 5-year contract with Passio Technology of Atlanta, Georgia, and CTS Software of Cedar Point, North Carolina, for paratransit fixed route software and MDT units for Camby area transit to come up for a second reading on August 3rd of 2022. Any further discussion or comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That carries 5-0. Thank you both very much. Yep. Item D is considering ordinance number 1582, an ordinance prohibiting camping and reducing other miscellaneous offenses to violations. First reading, and I think, Joe, that is your deal.
Yeah, thank you. So this is a situation or a response in part to the League of Oregon Cities put out a guide to persons experiencing homelessness in public spaces this June. And the Oregon State Legislature passed House Bill 3115 last session. And what it did was it required that cities would have to eventually, by July 1 of 2023, have a camping ordinance, if they had one, that went in compliance with that law, which basically attempted to codify a couple of cases, one that came out of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, the Federal Circuit in San Francisco, that was called Martin v. Boise, and then another one out of Grants Pass, Oregon, called Blake v. Grants Pass, and which the court basically held that camping or homelessness itself has features to it, sleeping and such, that it was considered a violation of somebody's Eighth Amendment rights as cruel and unusual punishment if you criminalized or even held it to be a violation to the extent that it basically made it impossible for somebody to be homeless without being either stigmatized, violated, or criminalized. So in reaction to this, cities have tried to come up with a regime of, how do you come up with reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions against camping across various public rights of way, while actually recognizing the reality of homelessness, and that the status of homelessness comes with it, this notion that not only do you have to sleep, but you have to stay warm when you sleep, you have to provide yourself a certain amount of heat and shelter. So not wanting Canby to necessarily be the original test case on this ordinance, because part of House Bill 3115 has with it a built-in penalty of paying attorney fees for anybody to challenge the constitutionality of a camping ordinance. We tried to search out ordinances that were already in place that had kind of at least existed for a while and haven't been so challenged. And one of them was out of Gladstone. And so the Gladstone one became kind of the model for us to use, with this notion that in Hawaii, they have had an upholding of a camping ordinance that was reasonable, or found to be reasonable as far as time, space, and manner in terms of camping. And basically acknowledging that there's certain times of the day where sleep usually happens. So this particular ordinance looks to say, you can, of course, given certain parameters, put up a tent in the public right-of-way, but only for the hours of 9:30 at night till 6:30 in the morning, so that at the end of that time, you're expected to pull up your sleeping, camping equipment, and then that way only camp and sleep during those times in the public right-of-way. So that is the attempt here with this ordinance, is to create a situation where it is kind of a controlled time and space and manner of camping, so as to provide the dignity for homelessness, and the reality of homelessness. It also looks to not criminalize it whatsoever. It looks to have it be even if you're out of compliance with that time, you can also do trying to get compliance and just reminding people. But in the event that it goes sideways and somebody doesn't follow the rule at all, it's only a fine.
Okay, thank you, Joe, for that. Counselor Spoon.
Yeah, I have a series of questions. First, would this prohibit the Boy Scouts from camping in Community Park, as they are prone to do all summer long?
It actually, yeah, because the way it is written, it does
prohibit camping in all public parks at all times?
Camping in parks.
Okay. So it also says it prohibits camping at all times on all public property located within an area zoned for residential use.
Yeah.
Is the Clackamas County Fairgrounds public land that's zoned residential?
I believe it is.
Okay, so this would prohibit camping in all of Clackamas Fairgrounds as well?
Yeah.
Okay. It says that it wants to prohibit camping in any manner reducing the clear continuous sidewalk width less than to 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
What is the width of our city sidewalks?
It depends. There's certain ones that are like right out here, it's much, much wider. But most of them are, well, so our sidewalk cafes, for example, we usually have 4 or 5 foot sidewalks in general, like along, say, residential areas. But sometimes in downtown areas, the sidewalk cafe program is supposed to be, you have to still have 5 feet of clearance for people to go by. So some of them are a little more than,
A little more than 5 feet.
maybe 8 or 9. I mean, it just depends on where it's at.
My concern is that this ordinance defines camping in this even laying down a blanket. And I'm not sure it's objectively reasonable to say that someone is allowed to sleep but cannot lay down a blanket if it makes the sidewalk less than 5 feet wide. I don't think it's objectively reasonable to say that does not stigmatize houselessness. So I have a few concerns about that. I think someone should be able to sleep with a blanket. And if we're precluding all public parks, all sidewalks that would be reduced to less than 5 feet, all publicly owned parking lots, and all public property located within an area zoned for residential use, what land can someone sleep on with a blanket?
Well, it will mostly occur in like a commercial area or an industrial area, or there's a few other zonings, I guess, but mostly it's within, if it's on the public right of way, then it is probably mostly sidewalks.
Are the sidewalks in the industrial zone wider than 5 feet?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I don't believe they could sleep there with a blanket. I believe they could sleep without a blanket, but once they lay down a blanket, we've made it a prohibited use. And I just don't think that's objectively reasonable. I think that there are a multitude of issues with this ordinance, and I would request that we have a work session. I mean, we've prohibited camping for the Boy Scouts in Community Park. It prohibits camping in the Clackamas Fairgrounds, where they have things like Hair Fest. It prohibits someone laying down a blanket and a pillow anytime that's not between 9:30 and 6:30 a.m. This legally defines that as camping. So if I want to go to Slice of Summer and sit down a blanket, technically this prohibits me from doing that. I mean, it's just so poorly written, honestly. I don't see any way we could pass this and meet the objectively reasonable standard for not stigmatizing houselessness.
Yeah.
Thank you and Chief Trove for the time that we had to talk about this issue. And there was literally the day the LOC document came out, which I still haven't finished reading. They sent me home with homework. But I did actually understand that we were going to have a work session on this before you brought it to us. So I can appreciate Councilor Spoon's concerns. I think that this is a great start. I don't have as many objections as Councilor Spoon, but I think a greater discussion is in order. So I would move that we table this and schedule it for a work session.
Well, and my apologies, I think this does deserve a work session. I thought literally that there was going to be a work session in tandem with it, and I believe it got put on here, and then the Parklet discussion got put on as the work session instead. And so my apologies for not, I guess, vetting this better to the group.
I did have a motion on the table, so I'm going to second that.
I'll second tabling to work session.
I guess motion's been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Spoon to table ordinance number 1582 and schedule a work session for this ordinance. Question, comment, discussion? Yes?
So I'm not sure if this is relevant to the motion pending and you can overrule this, but are we addressing an existing problem with this ordinance?
Yes.
Do we have people camping in our parks?
Yes, and in our downtown.
And yeah, business stoops and such, yes. It is a growing issue.
Well, and there's another piece of this, and it'll be perfect for the work session to talk about, but actually we have some other miscellaneous offenses that are actually unclassified misdemeanors, which I'm requesting that they become violations themselves, because they're actually closer to what we're talking about too, like the obstruction of sidewalks and such. So it will be kind of important for us to get to this more sooner than later, because I think there's certain things that I think you'd be surprised that we're criminalizing in some of our miscellaneous ones too. So I was trying to.
Rather than a ticket
Yeah,
at this point?
Yeah, right now it's a misdemeanor, and in consultation with the police, we're thinking that this would be much better and more in line with this other idea of not criminalizing certain behaviors like this. So,
Less likely to be challenged potentially.
so yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So Joe, why does this trump camping at the fairgrounds, like in an organized camping situation,
Well,
or at
I'll have to look and see.
community
But
park?
what it does is we just have to make sure that we have exceptions written in, and in this ordinance, it does say no. It flatly says no camping at any of the parks. Later on, we can bake in exceptions to this, so you can bake in exceptions, however you see
Well,
fit.
there are A-frames down there, so we can't really kick them out. That's
Yeah.
not fair.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there are A-frames down there. We shouldn't kick them out for camping either. That
Yeah.
we need to wordsmith this more in a work session.
Correct.
Well, I support tabling it then.
I have a couple of questions I'd like to come back during the work session. I'd like to know what areas of town sidewalks are wider than 5 feet and how wide they are and how many they are. I mean, if we're really saying the only place you can sleep with a blanket is 6 inches between on the sidewalk up against a building, I don't think that's objectively reasonable, which is what the law requires. I have some questions. The law requires us to not fine people for sleeping, and I'd like a legal determination on how this does not do that. If they're sleeping with a blanket, we're fining them for having a blanket but not sleeping. That doesn't feel particularly clean or ethical. I feel like the intent of that would then be to fine them for sleeping, but technically we're fining them for sleeping with a blanket. I'm talking about HB 3115.
Yeah.
And then I also have specific questions about exceptions. I think it would be very unfortunate. I mean, houselessness is sad. And people deserve to live with dignity, regardless of whether they have a house or not. It would be unfortunate if we had an ordinance full of exceptions to allow everyone but houseless people to camp. I think that's incredibly prejudiced to do that. And so I think we need to be really thoughtful about how we handle that, because regardless of whether or not someone has a house to sleep in, they deserve some dignity. And I am remiss to say the only place you can sleep is you have 1 foot in our downtown space as long as you don't use a blanket. You're not going to get a vote for me on that, and I'll fight it all the way. So I just want to make sure that we're treating people with dignity as part of this process. So some language. I would like some legal understanding of the fining. I'd like some understanding of how many places they legally can sleep, because HB 3115 requires us from having a sweeping ban on houselessness. And I think if we basically say there's only 3 places in town you can sleep, that's arguably a sweeping ban. And there are already looming cases against cities. So the law allows houseless people to sue cities if they don't have a place to sleep, and I don't want to find us in that position either. So I think a balanced ordinance that treats people with both dignity and ensures all of the other things our town looks to be would be great.
Any other comments?
We just need to vote on whether to table.
Okay, well, motion's been made to the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, we'll table that for a later work session. Joe?
Thank you.
Okay. Moving into item 8, old business, so follow-up discussion on the street maintenance fee process, and then circling back to deal with item B under resolutions and ordinances.
Oh, I'm sorry, say that again,
Nope, we're just on to old business, the street maintenance fee process.
Yeah, and so this is, coupled with this is the above B, considering resolution number 1375. It's a resolution authorizing the city administrator to reestablish a street maintenance fee task force. When the street maintenance fee first came about, and I know Jerry has graciously waded through this meeting to be able to also talk on this, so I don't know if you want to come up, Jerry. When it was first established, the street fee, there was a task force that was created in order to advise the council on what they thought it should be. And I believe it utilized some members of the business community, potentially a few counselors. And I believe Jason Padden was originally on it as well, so we have an original member here. Once this knowledge was shared with Scott Archer by Jason Padden, that this is how it originally happened, the idea was, well, heck, maybe this might be another way to, instead of trying to come up with the myriad ways of which you could potentially increase the fee or however you wanted to do it, you might also want to utilize a task force to do some of that for you, and then they could come back and make a recommendation. And you know, you can take it for what it is, and it can be good advice for you, and you can still make your own decision. But whether or not you would even want to entertain having a task force again to kind of have some different voices advise you on it. So, and Jerry, I don't know if you wanted to say anything additional.
Yeah, hi, Mayor and Council. This is something that, as you know, I'm real passionate about, and been working on for a lot of years. And we came to you several times, and we're kind of just trying to figure out how to get through this. And right after our last meeting that we had with you, Citizen Padden met with Scott Archer and I, and we sat down and he gave us an idea to bring back the task force. And so even before that, he stopped by, I ran into him at Public Works, and he had the original book that they worked on, and he loaned it to me, and I was able to make copies of it and get all the information onto our drive so we have it forever. And there was handwritten notes, there was a whole bunch of information that was just really interesting. And I got looking at this, and it's exactly what I believe we need to do. And, you know, they were gonna set it up so that we were gonna meet annually after this task force, was just because they had the oversight of the program was so critical at the time, just to make sure that the public acceptance and the adoption of this was taken care of. And so what I really like too is they went into the street cutting the moratorium about cutting our new streets and having penalties for that. And just all of this information, I didn't have time to bring it together. Jason's got it all memorized, so if we need to bring him up, we can, but it gave Scott and I just a great idea that let's ask you guys if we could let the city administrator put this task force back together. And because I'm going back to the meeting I have all of the questions that you guys asked written down. I've got a lot of the answers because I started working on it right away. And but after seeing that, having this task force to go out and get more information, they actually looked at, like, in this, what I was reading through it, like 10 different cities, and we're out looking at them, getting the information and bringing it back. And it's fortunate there's still a lot of these people around still that were on that original committee. So I'm hoping that you guys will consider letting us reinstate this. And our goal when talking to Citizen Patton was to try to have something done by November or December era, just to keep this moving. A recommendation for you guys so that you can make a decision. I know it's been a struggle because we just haven't been bringing all the information that you guys want on these work sessions and everything. So that being said, that's kind of what I know on it. The one thing I did want to say though is I did look up, I was interested, Councillor Spoon asked what our PCI was and what it is now, and I looked that up, and in 2009 it was at an average of 59, and at 2018 when we did the updated one, we're at a 75. So that was some really good news, and I'll just kind of leave it at that. But
So Jerry, your recommendation is to reinstate the committee?
that's my recommendation.
Okay. And I guess my ask, and I'll get everyone else's feedback here, but I definitely think that a recommendation from this street maintenance fee committee come to us, first week of December, or at the latest, I think the second meeting in January, so that we get moving on this. I mean, the sooner the better, but because I think Scott and I talked about a timeline just with holiday looming and things like that, and being able to get the people on board and whatnot, that this is something that we could do before the end of the year. Usually the first meeting of the new year after is all the rigmarole of swearing in of new counselors or counselors and mayor, and then all those items. So we wait till the second meeting in January. I think that's too far out.
So, the nice thing about having all of the material that was given back to the city that was paper copies has done a lot of the work for us already.
Good.
So that might help. Joe, is that realistic to shoot for those dates?
I believe so, because I'm in history would probably be a good measure of what it took before, but because it exists now, and this is something that I believe within, I would think about 3 meetings, right? You guys could probably formulate, given.
Do you want me to come up there, or do you want me to just,
Well-
what would you like? I can give you all sorts of information, but I don't want to.
Would the council like to hear from?
I think we know that the gist, that we're not reinventing the wheel here.
Yeah, yeah.
The heavy lifting was done back in
Originally.
2008, 2009. So the roadmap is there. We may have a washed out bridge here and there that we've got to put into place and fix it. But other than that, we can still move forward with the information we have.
I believe establishing this, it's a resolution, so it's right away. You can establish the fact that you're going to do it, you can invite people to do it, and then you can get their schedules mapped out and get all the information in front of them. I think it is doable within like about a 4-month.
Sounds like it has to be. I don't want to tell you no again.
But I'm all for getting the band back together. I would like to see a mix.
You're already
of the
crushing
old folks
timelines and
and
everything.
new, though.
What's that?
I'd like to see a mix of the old committee members and some fresh new voices too.
Something I'll just throw out is if you look at the old information, there was like a 1-year gap in meetings. And it was just because there was some changes. So if you actually look at the old documentation, it looks like it took 2 years to do it, but it really only took a few meetings. There was a hiatus of the committee, so that's what that was.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Well, hang on, there's a question, I think, for staff. Is it a question for staff?
oh, okay. I move to pass resolution number 1375, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to reestablish a street maintenance fee task force.
Second.
Motion's been made by Council President Hensley and seconded by Councilor Spoon to pass resolution 1375, a resolution authorizing the city administrator to reestablish the street maintenance fee task force. Any further comment or discussion? Councilor Spoon.
Yeah, my only concern was like yours, which is that I would like it to happen in a timely manner. This is a conversation we've been trying to have for years, and I don't want to delay it any. I want the input, I want the task force, but I do want us to be at a decision point at some point. So I just agree. I'm seconding the idea of doing it quickly.
Okay. Anything else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? That passes 5-0. Go forth and make a committee there, Mr. Nelzine.
Thank you,
Or I
everyone.
guess Joe and Scott too, include them. Okay. All right, new business, discussion regarding city council meeting start times. Mr. Banks, would you like to kick
Sure,
this off?
Mr. Mayor, when I first started, I think in January of 2021, we voted to start the meetings later to accommodate your work schedule, and we've been starting at 7:30, as we did tonight. And now it's almost 9:45, and we've got 4 more things on the agenda. I think we start too late. I think we keep our staff here and our guests here too late. And like the majority of our boards and committees, I'd rather start at 6, if we can all make that.
Just make sure, just to clear the record here, the move back was not because of my work schedule. It was because that was our original start time has been 7:30 for as long as I can remember. So it wasn't about my work schedule necessarily at 7 o'clock.
Apologize, that was a
No, it's okay.
misunderstanding on my part.
We moved it to 7 temporarily and then moved it back. It's been 7:30 for as long as I've been on council.
Yeah, because we had a similar ask from a former counselor that wanted to move it up because, of earlier work schedules the next day and whatnot. And so, that's why we had moved it to 7 back then. So you're proposing a 6 o'clock start time?
I would prefer 6. I would, I think 6:30 is better than 7:30. I just think we go too late. I don't think that we should keep our citizens up. We've had meetings go past 11, and it's not uncommon that we go past 10. So I think we meet too late. I, at the time, voted no, and I was outvoted 5-1. So I understand that it's a long shot bid here. I just think it's too late.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think we all signed on for this job knowing what the job was and when it started. I'm fine with staying at 7:30. Moving it to 7 was kind of inconvenient for some. And 6 o'clock is like most of us, I don't know, at least half of us have to drive from Portland or Beaverton or whatnot. And even citizens wanting to come speak, it's 6 o'clock's the dinner hour. I mean, people are getting home from work, trying to feed the kids or themselves. And Councilor Spoon even mentioned earlier today, she can't have time to get something to eat before a work session sometimes. So I think starting at 6 o'clock is way too early for city council. And then it does put us in a predicament of doing our work sessions either on another Wednesday or after, and then we're still here late. Executive sessions would have to be after. Again, we're still here late. I think there's other ways to truncate time, maybe adjustments and like we talked about scheduling on the agenda, putting timeframes on it like some other cities do. I think there's other ways to solve the problem of not wanting to be here all night.
Okay. Councilor Spoon.
I think there's a compromise. I think 6 is early. I think 7:30 is late. I think we can meet somewhere in the middle and make it a little bit easier on, if I know Chris probably starts work earliest in the morning during the school year, and I know some of these meetings go late. I would be happy with a 6:30 or 7 start time. I didn't have a problem being at 7. I'm not really entirely sure why we moved it back to 7:30, but I would like to see us at least at 7. If 6:30 is too early for people, 6 is a smidge early for me. 7:30 leads to some late nights. So I'm sure there's somewhere in the middle we can meet.
I would entertain
Councilor Murray.
7 as a compromise.
I would agree with that. I think that, to me, 7 o'clock would be ideal. I don't like to stay here till 11. So getting a little bit earlier start helps. And frankly, it's hard for me to get here by 6 sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in Beaverton now, not Hillsborough, and it's like I left today at, because I had to meet with staff at 4:30, but I left, at 5, and it was over an hour to get here from Beaverton. So, and that's, we were talking earlier today, or I think texting back and forth. My concern is, if we schedule it in the evening, and even Clackamas County, the Board of Commissioners added an evening meeting because they usually meet during the day, and most of the, county constituents can't be there during the day because of work or whatever. So they started holding an evening meeting that comes on, or I think kicks off, I'm not sure what time, I think it's 6:30 or 7 o'clock. So, my concern is it's the community or public availability to access us in the evenings, which is when they're home and able to do that. And I think moving it to 6 or 6:30 impedes that. So that's my 2 cents, but Councilor Parker.
Well, I agree with that idea of having time frames on our different topics. I've seen that on my homeowners association out at the coast, we started doing that. It's amazing how quicker those meetings got over if you did that. And also, the mayor and I talked about this today. And work sessions are a problem. Do we hold them, if we do our current practice holding them before, then that still gets us to a 6 or 6:30 timeframe. I find that our legislative work really involves a different part of my brain from work sessions. That one's more creative and throwing out ideas, and one's a little more precise because we're making final law. So I'll toss out there the idea of having a second Wednesday set aside for work sessions as just a working idea. But to the question at hand tonight, I'm fine with 7.
Seven seems to be the compromise. I was gonna hand down
No, I know. I was just writing a note. Thanks. Councilor Spoon?
Yeah, and just for clarity for people, I know Art hasn't been with us for too awful long, but that posted time, we just can't start before that. So if we had a work session we can post at 7 and we can start at 7:15 if a work session's going long. It's just a matter of, if our posted time is 7:30, we can't start until 7:30. So, just for some clarity, because that's kind of a nuanced public notice thing.
That's why we had to kill 20 minutes, right?
Well, and that, that brings up, both bring up a good point about, with the start time at, 7 o'clock, like tonight's work session went, to 7:10, and when we traditionally do, I know there's been a couple of times where we've done work sessions just starting as early as 5:30 because there's URA work session, or we've got an exec session of some kind. So, starting at 6:30, and I think even 7 might be a compromise again, but, where do we then plug in those work sessions, those exec sessions that come up? Well, they get tacked on to the end and we're still here till 10 or 11 o'clock. So, I mean, again, my pros and cons, my piece of it is, I think, leaving it at 7:30 and either make some adjustments to the time piece, like something that Scott and I and Melissa can work on, trying to determine a time length and stick to it. And if it could be a lot of tabling things and moving things to future meetings or whatever, that can be looked at, throwing in a third Wednesday each month. We used to do that back in the day we took urban renewal agency meetings and held that separate from, we were project heavy at that time and it took a lot of time. So my only concern with that's another Wednesday on staff time being here and whatnot as well. And if we're trying to be respectful of staff, then what's the trade-off, you guys? So, yeah.
I'll answer that. We've got staff here tonight. I believe they work in the morning. So I think it's a hardship to have them here till 11 o'clock. And also in terms of the accessibility of the public, that is the reason I'm doing it. The school district has shifted our calendar forward an hour. So my focus is not me. My focus is the people we've had in our room here at 11 waiting to speak at the end of the meeting and then not because everyone's beat wants to go home. So I think that this is a poor model for accessibility. I think that this is a start time shorter is an improvement. I think 7 o'clock is an improvement for those reasons.
Well, like I said too earlier, Chris, I think some of it's self-inflicted on what we keep cramming into the agenda every week too. Some of the stuff we have is very heady and other stuff we're trying to cram in there, and that's what adds on to the meeting times as well. I mean, so there's a lot of different ways to I guess angle this, So, but I'm at the will of you guys. So, Councilor Spoon.
Yeah, I don't know that you need a motion, but I think there's probably consensus for 7. But an additional thought is, as many times as we had a work session go late, we've also had one where we had 30 or 45 minutes to kill between the work session and the posted meeting time. So I see no harm in posting 7 o'clock. And if we're ready to go at 7, great. But at least we don't have 30, 45 minutes to kill and then we're here till 11. So if we end up starting the meeting at 7:15 because a work session went long, that it is what it is. And we're here to do good work for the community. But I think there's enough of us for 7 that would be my guess. Yeah.
So I guess, Joe, the direction is to bring back a resolution for us.
No, the last time we changed the ordinance for start time, we just set a time set by you guys. So if you guys,
The language is.
let us, and then once we notice it, then it takes care of that requirement.
We didn't have to wait for 2 readings.
So I guess then we need to set an effective start date so that we have ample time to notice it and get word out to the public on that one.
Yeah.
So when do we want to start at 7 o'clock?
I mean, the notice is like, 48 hours? I don't see a reason to not do it in August.
Yeah, the proper notice will be when the agenda goes out.
Well, I understand proper notice, but I'm also stating, I mean, it's
Habitual.
it's a, it's
I see.
We could wait a month or two.
It's just that constant yin yang back and forth, I guess,
Well, and it's summer and let's just, first meeting in September? Is that
Sure.
kosher with everyone?
That always seems like a new beginning.
So let's do that and we'll notice it for our first meeting in September. That's kind of, I'm seeing head nods, yes?
Yeah,
Copy.
sure. Okay.
Next item for new business is discussion regarding the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging RFP. Councilor Spoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is something I first brought up in, I believe, June of 2020. but here we are 2 years later. I sent both you, Mr. Mayor, and Joe, and I believe Scott, a sample RFP from Happy Valley when they did their program a few years ago. And so my hope is that that we can give staff direction to go out for RFP to get a diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging strategic plan. If some background on what that looks like is helpful to people, if people aren't familiar with it, I'm happy to give a little more information. But I don't want to over-explain something if so do you guys want a little more information about what that might include?
Yes, I think, for
great.
us and for the community.
Perfect. So, so there are a few examples in communities around the country where they've done this. The RFP, I have some sample RFPs, but I think people would probably be more interested in what the actual diversity, equity, and inclusion strategic plan is than what the RFP is. But it's good to know that staff wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel when it comes to that. Hold on one second, I have it up for me. So a sample diversity, equity, and inclusion plan would involve having a committee of diverse population of the community, and then have a consultant come in and help develop a plan to create a more DEI-based community. And so what that looks like for a city, in some cases, I'm going to use a sample. I'll use Happy Valley as a sample since they are close to us and share some regional demographics with us, is that they kind of had 3 areas of focus. So reflecting the diversity of our city, staff culture, climate, and training, and then accountability to city residents. And then they also had some focus areas inside that for public safety, library, for example, what library programming they offer and whether or not that is DEIB centered. They even went into public works community development. So some examples of what that looked like when they were done is they had a strategy and then who on city staff would be responsible for that so that workload didn't fall one place. So some examples of a strategy for making sure that or a goal of having city staff and committees mirror the demographics of the city, right? So that the people working on behalf of the city and working on committees mirrored who the city was. Some examples of what the task or of what the strategic plan came up with were to develop an infrastructure to track compositional diversity of recruitment efforts, hiring pools, and new hires. And this is actually kind of the field that I work in. And so some examples of things people might do to reduce some bias in hiring is, take names off of resumes when resumes are reviewed so that you can't use subconscious bias if there's a name that presents in a way that might come with some bias. They also looked at whether or not their candidate pools for committees were mirroring the community, and the example they gave was to develop a formal recruitment strategy to diversify candidate pools for advisory committees with a target of a 5% increase in racial diversity of applications each year over 3 years until the percentage mirrored the city demographics. And even to include a question on applications for the advisory boards on what experience the candidate for the advisory board had working with diverse groups, right? And so these are some examples there. And then they went in further to have formal training programs for staff that include cultural awareness and competency, and then integrating DEI language, improving in handbooks and in city papers or paperwork to increase mechanisms for staff that need more support in the event of workplace bias. Integrate DEI language into job descriptions, integrate training requirements for DEI into performance evaluations. These are all staff related, but it also goes deeply into whether or not the events the community is having are welcome and belong and include belonging for all parts of the community. So in what ways are our city events engaging all diverse populations of our community? So it's an aspirational plan, but it's one of those situations where your community cannot achieve something if you're not setting standards for and goals for that. And we've had a number of conversations even on the dais recently about whether or not our advisory boards whether or not our recruiting efforts for advisory boards or whatever that looks like, we're reaching a diverse community pool, and actually our community goals, our city goals, our council goals, which are all now right in front of us, which I love, by the way, include outreach to the community and making sure that we're doing that and we're working towards that. So this would be a plan that covered a vast scope of from city staff to what programs we have as a city, and really even developing demographics and understanding for who our community is specifically in Canby. That's not just a census, but really developing a deep understanding for who our community is, so the city can best serve all populations. I'm not sure if there are some grants available for this type of program, but I can get those numbers. I have them somewhere in my email on how much it costs similar size communities to do task force like this. To make sure, we have a very diverse community. But I think when you look at us, for example, we don't mirror the community. Our advisory boards don't mirror the community. And I don't think there's any harm in making sure that the city programming is inclusive and demonstrates belonging to all diverse populations of our community. So that's my hope, that we can direct staff to do an RFP for our own strategic plan. If people, are on board with me and seeing value in doing that here in Canby. And I've given them some examples so they don't have to reinvent the wheel on what that RFP can look like and what they look like in similar and in nearby cities.
Joe, question. So we signed on to be involved with the one that the county is working on.
I believe it was it was 2 Julys ago, I believe, and I believe it was $2,500 for their strategic, I believe it's a strategic plan.
Yeah,
for DEI before B was added. But I'm not sure. I don't think they've completed that work. I think they're.
No, I know that they're close to being, they just had an update on the, where they're at with that. And from my understanding is that it's not too far off from being completed. I guess, so I asked that question because we've already signed on to be a part of that one. Wouldn't that, springboard into
Yeah, so I don't
being
want
a
to.
part of our plan in that regards?
Yeah, I don't want us to conflate being a part of developing an understanding for county regional DEI issues and having a strategic plan for our community. Our community has unique demographics, unique needs, and the county plan's not going to evaluate our library programs and tell us if they're taking a DEIB lens and if we're actually serving all portions of our population. That's a county-wide strategic plan. My argument is that Canby has a unique makeup of people. For example, if you look at our demographics from the census compared to other ones, we have a higher percentage of an aging population. But are we really, in what ways are we taking that into account when we develop our programming as a city? The county strategic plan is not going to look at Canby and develop a strategic plan. It's going to look at the county. And I think there was a lot of value in us in contributing a very nominal fee, because I think we will be able to get some demographic information out of that that's helpful. I think we may be able to get some ideas from it, but it is not a strategic plan for Canby, which is what I argue that we need to meet the needs of our unique population.
Okay. Other questions or comments on?
I'm solidly supportive of this. I can go into why, but it's what she said.
Yeah, I absolutely support it, and I think that's a perfect place to start, is with the task force.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree too, and I think as we look back on this from a days of future past, we're going to realize that it's also a part in our recruitment strategy. I had a person the other day whose first question about coming to work for Camby was whether they had a DEI program here. And so I think as we move ahead and develop a more diverse workforce, this sort of thing actually is going to have some payoff in a couple of ways, other than being the right thing to do. But I think it'll also be good for us.
I think there's a consensus there, Joe, to
No,
start
and
putting together.
I'm putting that down on my list of items, so I'll make sure we'll get potentially more information from you if you have certain folks, because I don't think it'll be such a cost that we might not need a full-fledged RFP. It might be low enough, right? Because under 150,000, right? You can just get 3 quotes, and so if you have certain examples of folks, that would be great too. But otherwise, no, I'll make sure that this gets carried forward. The other issue, and I think this is a positive thing too, because you were using the example of how they looked at their job descriptions and things like that. Part of our class and comp study that we're doing is hugely looking at pay equity, and also looking at kind of best practices when it comes to job descriptions. So hopefully we're going to be kind of falling into these good habits in several ways.
Yeah. Yeah,
And Joe, I think too, for planning purposes, I know we've got, our special meeting, I guess, yeah, special meeting at the end of the month or end of August. It's not necessarily part of that conversation, but we should add it in terms of, you know, how we're orchestrating the execution of our goals.
If I'm just guessing right now, you'll definitely see this as an ordinance, because I bet you that it'll probably come in higher than the 50. So, I mean, you'll definitely revisit it as well. But this, yeah,
You're
for
saying
that
that
special
this-
meeting.
The RFP, like to go and execute this is probably over 150?
No, I think it's under 150, but probably over 50.
Right.
So you'll see it again as an ordinance, but not as a full-blown.
Well, and I
request
guess
for
too, in that
proposals.
case, because we would need to know budgetary impact and from
Yeah.
where.
So we'll make sure and have more discussions and bring you more information, but this gives us a lot of good marching orders.
Okay.
Yeah.
Counselor Spoon.
And just so everyone has good information too, I will make sure that Joe has the links to some DEI strategic plans from other communities so that he can share them with all of you. So it's done legally and in good faith. And then you guys can see, because I really just touched the tip of what this one did. But I really want everyone to have a deep understanding of the value as we move towards it. So I'll make sure Joe has the links so that he can send out to all of us. Thanks.
All right. Moving into mayor's business. I'll try to be bright and be brief. So Parks Board had their meeting last night. Couple of things. So Locust Street Park, the picnic shelter that's being worked on, the contractor has unfortunately had to push that back to September due to steel issues and things like that and supply chain. Maple Street Park, had some court issues. The pickleball courts are kind of doing some peeling on the side, so they're under warranty, so they're gonna come back and fix that. That was due to sealing, trying to get that sealant down on the courts and not being totally dry when we got that work done. So that piece will get it fixed. But the pickleball courts are busy. They're in a ton of use. And many of the players are getting there like 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning to be able to play and be on the court. So that's a good problem to have. Community park, the yes, George. The community park, so the second pond treatment was done in June. And I think there's another one scheduled, Jerry, correct? For the pond. And then we may be looking at doing some dredging in the future to be able to do the water fountain and the aeration project for that. Let's see. I reviewed a couple of pieces. So there is a parks naming process that the Parks Board has come up with, which I've passed on to Joe and Scott to review for edits and corrections and all that good stuff. The Parks Board, I talked to them about the parks maintenance fee, and they're looking at coming up with a recommendation to us about what they think we should do in terms of extending that, or what next steps would be for that. And then update them on Malala State Park. Scott Archer and myself met with the park ranger just to have some conversation about Malala State Park and what does the future hold for Malala State Park, and had a really great conversation with the current ranger. He had some ideas of his own, and two things he mentioned that were surprising was, one, that the current master plan for Malala State Park dates back to 1976 or 78, and that he was surprised that a big portion of Malala State Park, or even all of it, hadn't been transferred to the city yet. So I thought that was an interesting piece that was shared. Andrew Hale, from Cappard spoke. The big thing with Cappard going on is, they did draft, a description of where they wanted to try to shrink the boundaries to with the county. They gave it to the state, and the state said, no, it's supposed to come from the county, not from Cappard. And so, the state worked with the county to get the proper, lines drawn and whatnot. So, they are working to petition. So they're now at the point where they need to go out and get signatures, to shrink the district. So that's their next piece. I don't yet, but it only has to be a percentage of the registered voters of, the voters that are in the area that are being removed.
Oh, so they have to get people in this section between this school district and whatever they're shrinking it to?
Correct. So they think that's probably about 300 signatures.
Yeah. It's a percentage of the
Yeah.
voters in the last gubernatorial election.
Lana, who spoke to us earlier this evening, was there and talked about the urban, forestry canopy and about the idea, for, a purchase. So, that will be on a future agenda for the Parks Board. And then, so the park master plan, a big piece y'all been waiting to hear. We're supposed to get that finalized copy by the end of this week, and that will be distributed as soon as it comes in. The Parks Board is looking to have, so there's 105 edits that were needed to be, and updates that need to be made to the park master plan after our group conversation with the Park Advisory Board. And so they think that they will have a copy by the end of the week. A couple of the things that they had to go in and add was the park maintenance fee recommendation explanation, adult center information, expand the conversation about the Simnett property. These are just examples of stuff that they had to go in and adjust. And then just the different park classifications. So, the master plan will not have the STC methodology in it. That'll come later, but they didn't want to hold up any longer the park master plan. So the Parks Board is looking at doing an added meeting to discuss the park master plan and come up with a recommendation for the council, in terms of like project list or recommendations from them for us to consider. And so they're holding an earlier meeting in the month so that it can end up in our packets for hopefully for us to review and approve at the August 17th meeting. Comments, questions? Councilor Parker informed me that the Parks meeting did not record, and I've had conversation with Joe and Jerry about that, and so we will make sure that in the future meetings that happens. So that's it on the parks front. C4 met earlier in the month after the holiday, and just conversation on housing. We're discussing doing a field trip down to Eugene to go look at their small tiny home village in terms of their homeless development, to try to help get people into homes down there. So we're going to do a field trip down there. Was on a tolling meeting this morning. It was very uneventful and unproductive. It was an hour that I wish I could get back for my life. It's not real encouraging. So it was just a lot of continued conversation. It was about the diversion piece, and there was not a lot on what's being discussed in terms of diversion. And so one of the things that I think the council should consider is putting together a list of areas that Camby's going to be impacted if there's diversion. Because like right now, they believe that diversion will only be ODOT and the OTC, so Oregon Transportation Commission, believes that the impacted area is only about a mile from the tolling area. Well, if you take a mile down 99E, you don't have a way to turn off of 99E except to go through Canby. So one is the argument that that is not true, that it's not just a mile out. The other piece is that what are going to be those areas that are impacted? So people are going to work their way around the tolling areas for a while. So it'd be a conversation piece maybe for a later date, but to get input from staff so that I can take that to ODOT to say, hey, these are the areas that we're anticipating to be impacted, intersections, roadways, whatever. You need to include these in the diversion spending that they're talking about. The housing needs analysis and economic opportunity analysis are being worked on, and we just had a recent community meeting on those. And those, Joe, are those on our website for people to view? Maya, do you know that they're okay? So
Maya thinks they are.
Okay.
If they're not, we'll make sure they get there.
Okay, well, I would recommend the council go watch the last community meeting. I know that myself, Councilor Hensley, and Councilor Parker were there at the meeting, and there was a chock ton of information about where we're going or potential housing wants and needs. So it was probably the biggest turnout of community members than I've seen in probably, COVID aside, but the last probably 3 or 4 years. So definitely that will come to us, but it would be worth watching the video. Thank you to staff and Jerry's team and that part of the staff for an amazing 4th of July or Independence Day celebration downtown. That was quite the throngs of people for our Independence Day. So great job on that. Slice of Summer is going on, and then Camby's big weekend is August 26th, 27th, and 28th. So mark your calendars for Camby's big night out on the 26th. The car show, Swan Island Dahlias, all sorts of stuff on the 27th and 28th. That concludes my piece. Counselor Spoon, do you have anything to report on?
I think Kat did a pretty darn good job of talking about where they're at. I will add to the community events that the Through the Looking Glass Arts Festival by the Canby Arts Association will be from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. this Saturday, July 23rd at Waite Park. They're going to, it's a new event for us, a little bit of background. They're going to have some art vendors there. I think they'll have a couple of food vendors, and they'll have music, and it should be delightful. I'm looking forward to it. So this Saturday, the 23rd, Waite Park, 11 to 7.
Fantastic. Thank you. Councilor Parker?
Yeah, my liaison reports can wait until next session. We've been at this for 4 hours, but I did have a quick question on when is the earliest, absolute earliest that tolling could begin? It's not next year.
No, they're looking at 2025 is probably the earliest that it would begin.
Well, as you were talking about this and diversion, I just had this horrible thought about ODOT having 99 torn up at the same time. Thousands of people were trying to make their way through. So that's one problem we won't have, is that 99 won't be torn up when they do turn this on. I think it was yours or Tracy's idea about asking them not to put the sign that tolling is ahead until after the Aurora exit.
They'll learn quickly. Well, and to be fair, it's congestion pricing, you know, so let's be.
I'm just being selfish.
And I think they're looking initial top amount during peak time to be, I did get that number finally, and they're looking at, I think, $4.60. If you take both congestion pricing toll booth windows on 205. So, but hey, you know,
Yikes.
more to come. So next month, all right.
Well, the ferry just became cheaper.
Yeah, that's right.
Council President Hensley, anything?
I'll be really brief. Most of what I was going to say can wait. But I do have people that ask me questions about certain things on the streets. So I just wanted to publicly announce that the intersection at 4th and Pine by the museum is slated for restriping so that that stop sign might get looked at again, and it'll be done before the fair. So that'll,
Can you take to the
traffic safety committee about maybe making that stop sign illuminate.
Jerry, got it, done. Okay.
Yeah,
There we go.
And I,
I
having
just
been,
bypassed everything.
well, I wanted to follow the chain of, who's doing what these days, but
They'll be on board with that, because actually they were on board with the whole striping thing and everything. And I did mention in a previous meeting about the Knightsbridge Bridge. The county was working to upgrade that for seismic reasons, and that upgrade project, although they haven't settled on a date, we do know that it'll be after the paving is done on 99, so they won't have them both torn up at the same time.
Smart thinking, we're planning.
Do we know?
Well, they didn't know about it when they first came to talk about it.
Do we know, Tracy, when they do that project, how long the bridge will be down for?
It was like 3 months, wasn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Substantial amount of time.
Yeah, and that's why it was like, oh, well, we can't have it out, well, we can't drive down 99 either. Yeah, right. Yeah, Jerry, can you work on that? Before tolling, after 99, but before tolling.
It's all gonna work out, I feel.
Okay, good. Jerry said so, so it'll be, that's all I have.
great. Counselor Banks?
Yeah, I attended the library advisory board meeting yesterday. They had not met in the previous month, so we had 5 or 6 council meetings, budget sessions. I had a long report for them. Smaller report for you guys. They voted Susie Stutz is the new chair. Lois Brooks is the new vice chair. Let's see, Peggy Wickwire is retiring. She's a longtime employee for the library. Last day is August 31st. The Friends of the Library reported that they're doing the concerts in the park. The first one happened last week, I think. Chica Marimba. And the next one is going to be Thursday, August 4th, starring Castletown. And then the last and final, the third and final one will be Thursday, September 1st, featuring the Rose City Brass Quintet. And those are all part of our first Thursday celebrations. And also, the Friends of the Library is doing their summer book sale at Swan Island Dahlias on Sunday this weekend after a 2-year hiatus.
Great.
Yeah. And no, it's Sunday of Labor Day weekend. Sorry, this is not this Sunday.
Oh, during the Dye Fest.
Right. And then Scott sent out to all of us that the Friends of the Library also acquired for the library pickleball kits for library patrons. They can check out pickleball, all the equipment necessary for playing. And the library has a library of things, and I just wanted to rattle off the other things that people don't maybe know our library carries other than books, including automotive diagnostic scanner, metal detectors, rock polisher, disc golf set, home planetarium, blood pressure monitor, telescope kit, compass, bicycle pump, trekking poles, travel adapter, not clear what that is, karaoke machine, horseshoe game, Harry Potter coding wand, robotic ball, bubble machines, dumbbells, and now pickleball paddles. So, yeah.
The bubble machine.
Good stuff.
They brought that to
The
council.
library is not going to be meeting in August on account of the new chair and vice chair both being on vacation. Next meeting is September 19th. As far as the school board or school district is going, I have no idea or interest in what they're doing the last month or two.
Why would that be?
Yeah.
Counselor Banks?
Other than the high school managed to acquire a second Bangs, my wife got hired as a science teacher.
Oh, nice.
Yay.
So I only know that from home.
Oh.
Fantastic.
Inside info.
Counselor Marine?
Well, I don't really have a lot, but I do want to thank whoever on staff made arrangements for us to tour the Willamette Falls studios. Maya, was that you? Kind of. Anyway, Maya and Joe and I went on the tour of the studios that are going to be replacing Channel 5. I think they already have. Yep. And it's an amazing facility. They've really done some nice things there. And for very inexpensively, the members of our community can go and use those facilities for recording or for video. And, I hope people take advantage of it.
Great. Thank you, sir.
City administrator and staff reports.
Thank you, Your Honor. The only thing I really have to report is that because you did the kind of the master plan updates for the parks, is that the quiet zone, the folks came out from the railroad. They actually came out and they looked at it, and I know Jerry was a part of this as well. And they gave the quiet thumbs up, which meant it's going to be 21 to 30 more days before we get the paper version of the thumbs up. But I mean, that's good news, right? So the quiet thumbs up will be translated into paper and then it'll be effective. So between 21 and 30 days from now, we should have a quiet zone.
So we can officially pull that iron out of the fire, extinguish it in the water, and set it aside as being done, correct? Or is there still, still pieces that we've got to get done?
We'll make sure that the paperwork gets done and that it's solidified. And then
Then the plastic comes off the sides.
And then maybe your dream of having hey, check out this grant or the arch. And by the way, as the train goes by, no honks, right? So maybe we can have some sort of presentation that celebrates both the arch and the quiet zone when it's actually quiet.
We could have like a big horn and some cymbals.
Yeah, and then we'll have a band play. No.
Hi, Joe. Also, the banner system is installed today.
Oh, thank you, Jerry. So the banner system in the archway. So now we can hang things effectively and quickly and change them up.
When do we anticipate the plaques for the pillars to be brought and installed? And then what are we doing regarding the time capsule conversation?
Well, those are things that I will have to get back to you on, but I'll put them on my list and make sure that when I'm sending out information, various bits of information, I'll make sure that the whole council hears as soon as we can figure it out.
You can hang on to that and let us know at the first meeting in August. How's that?
Right, thank you.
You need to come
Since
with
you got,
pieces of paper.
since you got 30 days from the railroad to do their stuff, so that gives you a couple times. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other business, Joe, for us?
That's all I got for you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Second opportunity for citizen input.
He raised a finger. Really? At 10:30, Jason?
Hey, I've been in Columbus, Ohio for the last week, so I think it's 1:30 right now.
Oh, okay.
That's why I'm not being aloof. I'm just very tired. So first, I just want to say I found your conversation about the meeting start times interesting. So back when I was on council, when we did work sessions, the city actually brought in dinner for council members. So that is something to consider. I do want to just go on public record to say that in a lot of these conversations regarding the street maintenance fee and the street maintenance task force, my name comes up a lot as far as talking to the mayor and talking to various city councilors, talking to various staff of the city. I want to make it very clear that any of my conversations with folks are not done to be secretive or to go behind the backs of anybody or the citizens. Everything that I do, and I've been beating this drum for many years, I have a deep passion for the city and for its streets. And I beat that drum as loud as I can. If anybody has questions about my activities, I have no problem answering them. But I just want to go on record as to say that, if I'm on the new commission, that's great. If not, it's not expected. There's no deals made behind the back that I will be anything. But I just want to make sure that it's above the board, that I'm not trying to do anything in secret. I'm just trying to be an advocate for the city. So that's that.
Before you leave, Mr. Padden, I appreciate that you said that. It's too bad that I feel that you feel that you have to say that when we talk about, I wish we could talk about more people and their level of engagement in our city and what's been going on. I think there's probably a lot of people behind the scenes that are in fact, that I know are involved and don't want names named, and I won't name names, but you have always been engaged in what's going on, whether it was prior to being a city councilor and post being a city councilor. You're on a couple of our boards and always have been. So I don't think that people should misconstrue passion and involvement for, trying to be in, or whatever it is that people may think. So I appreciate your knowledge and your history sense of what's gone on. That's what people don't understand about what we do. There is a lot of brain power and a lot of historical stuff that we draw on. We are always talking about stuff that occurred 10, 12 years ago when we first got on the council.
Sure.
And it's crazy to look at the stuff that's been accomplished, but the things that have been accomplished were things that were in conversation 15, 20 years ago. We're just now on our own way doing a lot of that planning right now, and that's where some of that historical information comes from, and we need to draw on it. So I appreciate your involvement, and I know that you will continue quite passionately doing it, especially around curb to curb street maintenance fees. So thank you, sir.
Sidewalks is the next one.
Which one?
Sidewalks is the next.
Let's go.
That'll be the next one. So,
Thank you, sir. Action review.
You've approved the consent agenda, Resolution 1374 as amended, and 1375, and passed ordinance 1581 to a second reading on August 3rd, 2022.
Fantastic, thank you. I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second. It has been moved and second to adjourn our meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Canby, have a great evening and see you in 2 weeks.